Good morning, everybody. We're ready to begin. Councilors, if you could please take your seats. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Councillor James Paxtonia. I'm the chair of North York Community Council. We have quorum. Calling meeting 19 to order. Welcome, everybody. And a special welcome to our new councillor, Rachel Chernos-Lynn. Councillor Lynn, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory, on your election victory. And, of course, congratulations on being early here today. It's always great to see. Although we are meeting in different locations today, North York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples. It's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if they need help with their devices. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item and the nature of the interest. I do not see any. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meetings of October 29th, 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Carroll moved the motion. We have 29 items on the agenda today and 4 items of new business. I think there's going to be a 5th item of new business to introduce, so we'll do a run-through of the agenda. Item number 1, Wilson Heights Boulevard and Joel Swirsky Boulevard, traffic control signals. It's a reopening. So I will hold the item. Item number 2, a deferred item, 124 Sandringham Drive, application to remove a tree in a ravine. We'll hold it for speakers. 19.3, 849 Eglinton Avenue East. Official plan amendment, zoning amendment, subdivisional applications, appeal report. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
I plan to move staff recommendations, but I believe there may be a speaker. I don't know.
I do not have a speaker on the speakers list.
All right, so I plan to move staff's recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on 19.3, 849 Eglinton Avenue East. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 19.4, Lawrence Park Transportation Plan. We're going to hold it for speakers. 19.5, Lawrence Avenue East and Wanless Crescent traffic control signals. We're going to hold it for speakers. 19.6, 37 York Ridge Road, Fence exemption. I do not have speakers on it. Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I will have questions for staff, so I'd prefer not to hold this.
Okay, we're going to hold the item. Item number 19.7, 131 Lyon Court, 836, 838 Roselawn Avenue.
I'll move the staff recommendation, staff report.
Okay, so Councillor Cole, it looks like a last-minute speaker was signed up for 19.7.
Okay.
Nineteen point eight, 2346 Yonge Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, decision report. It's a refusal report. Councillor Cole?
Move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations on 19.8, 2346 Yonge. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 19.9, 2801 Keele Street, 6 Paxtonia Boulevard, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, appeal report. All those in favor? I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. $19.10, 120 to 128 Shepherd Avenue West. Hold that for speakers. $19.11, renew Shepherd Avenue secondary plan. We'll certainly hold that for speakers. $19.12, series of addresses on Bayview Avenue, inclusion on the Heritage Register. It's Councillor Chernos-Lynn. There are speakers on the item. Item number 13, 534 Glen Park Avenue, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. I do not see any speakers on the item. Councillor Cole?
I move staff recommendations.
Are those speakers that are not on the clerk's list? Okay, we're going to hold that item for speakers. Councillor Cole? 13 is being held for speakers. Number 14, 285 Brook Avenue, application to remove a private tree. We have speakers on the item. Number 15, 425 Manor Road East, application to remove a private tree. We have speakers. We're going to hold the item.
Actually, I believe the speaker, can they confirm if they're here? Because I got an email saying they were stuck in...
Is Farah Badani Doban here?
No, like she's
that her?
stuck in the United States. Like her flight was canceled last night.
I assume stuck in traffic.
She could depute
No, so
remotely.
she has asked if we could defer this item, so I was going to
Okay.
move to defer it till
Fair
next
enough.
month.
So Councillor Chernos-Lynn is deferring item 1915, 425 Manor Road East to the next scheduled North York Community Council meeting. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
That is carried. Item number 16, 152 Brahms Avenue. I have speakers, so we're going to hold that item. Number 17, easement from Parc Downsview Park for sanitary sewer service from Stanley Greene Subdivision. I'm going to move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 1918, 21 Monte Kwinter Court, naming recommendation for new park. I am going to move the staff recommendations. We're going to be naming this Milton Berger Park, a long-term counselor, transformational figure in the neighborhood. All those in favor? No, it was Monte Kwinter Court. It was never Monte Kwinter Park. Yes, I hope people don't get confused. They're close to a minion out there. Yes, we did vote on that. Did we? Yeah. The clerk seemed to have missed it, but I recall us voting on it. All those in favor, just to be sure. All those opposed, that carries. Number 19, Joicey Boulevard parking amendments. I do not have any speakers on the item. Councillor Cole?
Moving staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on number 19, Joicey Boulevard. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 20, Livingstone Avenue, accessible parking spaces. I do not see any deputations or speakers on the item. Livingstone Avenue, Councillor Cole.
Moving staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on number 20. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 21, 109 Erskine Avenue, construction staging area.
I'd like to hold this item. I have some comments and have an alternate.
Okay, Councillor Chernos Lynn is holding the item. Number 22, Sweeney Drive, traffic calming, speed humps and speed cushions. Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, I have a motion. The staff has done for me.
Gosh, what's that? Everyone had a chance to read it? Does that substantially amend what's in front of us?
Just where the speed cushions are from one road to the other. Roads probably nobody even knows about.
I do. I'm almost probably.
Oh, I'm on Sweeney Drive every week. What do you mean no one knows about it? It's one of my favorite roads.
I drive it. It's my shortcut to my kids' school.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item number 23, Farmview Crescent parking amendments. Councillor Carroll?
They did get it done in time. These are technically staff recommendations, yes.
Okay.
Move staff recommendations.
Move.
This is simply a reversal of something that was put in place for the big Parkway Forest construction. We can now rescind. Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 24, Assumption of Services Registered Plans. Adro Grotto Way Subdivision, North York. Councillor Carroll.
Nice pronunciation. Very good. Yes.
Close?
Yes, please. Staff
Close en-
recommendation.
Close enough. Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. (1925) 1181 Shepherd Avenue East, Public Art Plan. Councillor Carroll.
Move the staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 26, 5800 Yonge Street, naming of a proposed private lane for development. Councillor Cheng?
We're very proud to name Electric Way after the hydro building that is there. So I'd like to move, who wants to live on Electric Lane? It's very exciting.
Sounds...
Right, it used to be a council building, actually. Yep.
Yes, no, it...
So moving staff recommendations.
Could have been worse. It could have been Blackout Lane.
Oh,
Okay, how exciting. Electric Lane. Okay. We have to give a raise to the people who come up with these names. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 27, Everson Drive and Humberstone Drive, all-way stop control.
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 28, Harlandale Avenue Construction Staging Area Time Extension.
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved by Councillor Cheng. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 29, Steeles Avenue East and Bayview Avenue, Steeles Avenue East and Leslie Street, pedestrian crossing protection. Well, there's crosses into two wards.
Oh.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Cheng, have you agreed on this?
We're gonna hold it?
Yes, I'd like to hold it, please.
Hold it?
Thank you.
Okay. Number 30, Avondale Avenue parking amendments. Councillor Cheng? So this item needs introduction. All those in favor of introducing the item? Opposed? That is carried. The item is now on the floor. Councillor Cheng, Avondale Avenue parking amendments.
Yes, I'd like to move staff recommendations or my recommendations as requested by the neighborhood for school pickup and drop off.
Okay, so Councillor Cheng has moved the recommendations before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. There is another new item to add to the agenda. It's item 31, the reopening of NY 14.20 Montgomery Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps. So we need one motion to introduce the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Cole, this is your item.
Yes, I'm moving staff recommendation. We're just moving one of the humps.
Okay. Councillor Cole is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. There is another item to introduce. There it is. It's on the screen. Marley Avenue Corridor, sewer, water, and hydro infrastructure capacity. So,
Yeah,
so we need a motion to introduce. All those in favor? And do you want to, what's the will of councilors? Do you want to hold it down for, to read it through, or do you want to just move the item?
I'll just reference it, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
I'll just explain it one line.
Very briefly, and then you'll move it. Okay.
Yes, with 12 43-story condos going in on a side street called Marley, nobody's going to be able to flush the toilet, so we got to find out if there's toilet capacity.
I guess that's one way of putting it. Okay, so we'll call this when you gotta go motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so we have two timed items. 19.10, 120 to 128 Shepherd Avenue West. We do have one speaker on it. We have Michael Tescaguza from the Biglari Group. We're on timed items now, and the first timed item is 1910. It is 120, 128 Shepherd Avenue West. Yeah, so this is Councillor Cheng's item. Great, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'll try to be much quicker than that. My name is Michael Testaguza from the Biglieri Group, here representing the owners of the property as well as the application. I've read the staff report. I agree with the conclusions, and I'm simply here to answer any questions that the council may have.
I wish they were all that brief. Okay, any questions for the deputant? Councillor Cheng.
Thank you for being here. I'm just wondering, do you think 3 visitor parking spots for 30 households is enough? Visitor parking?
So I can answer that question in a couple of different ways. So it is meeting the city's kind of zoning bylaw requirements. So we're not asking for, and the application's not asking for any exceptions there. Through the site plan process, there's always the ability to make revisions to the amount, but the city has put out that amount. I'd say that there's also an additional pickup drop-off spot that's available in the underground parking. So that's taking up where visitor parking could sometimes be misused by people who are doing pickups and drop-offs. That we've addressed. So there's almost a de facto 4th spot. The other thing to note here is there are only 30 units. So it is a relatively small development. From my experience, and I'm not a transportation expert, but I have done many of these mixed-use projects, that's a very typical number and ratio to provide relative to the number of units.
And are there any non-residential uses on the ground floor?
So we have actually taken great pains in drafting the zoning bylaw, and we went back and forth several times with staff. They're very helpful and accommodating on that. We've made sure that on the ground floor, you can have residential uses because that's allowed in the secondary plan. But we've made sure to keep the bylaw flexible so that if those 2 units on the ground floor wanted to be commercial, that is fully permitted in the bylaw. And likewise, if it wanted to be a live-work unit, that's fully permitted in the bylaw. So my suspicion is that over time, you may have, at some points commercial, at some points residential. It'll be at the will of the market. But we've taken the time to carve out those exceptions and that flexibility in the bylaw.
Are you open to further discussions on both of these issues?
As we move through site plan, we can certainly keep you informed and involved and kind of keep that discussion going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputant? Thank you very much. We'll bring it into committee. Are there questions for staff? No questions for staff. Are there speakers? Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to move without recommendation to give me some time to chat further with the developer before council.
Okay, item 1910, 120, 128 Shepherd Avenue West is being moved to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? 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 No, I don't see anyone opposed. Okay, that carries. Now, we do have a rather weighty item coming up next to statutory. Are there any quick releases or items with maybe one speaker that we could quickly do before we get to number 11, which will take us most of the morning? Any? So if there are no quick releases or no requests to do items with one speaker, items held down, then we will go to item 11, which will probably take us to most of the morning. All right? Okay. Julie Robinson. We're going to speakers now on item 11, Renew Shepherd Avenue East
Chair,
Sec.
Mr. Chair, if I could just, on a point of order, usually if there's a staff presentation on the item, we do the staff presentation and then hear from the deputations in case they want to
Okay.
comment on what they've just heard.
Actually, staff presentations at community council are extremely rare, but if there's a request for one, we'd be happy to do it.
I think it's, given the list of deputants, I think it's definitely in order here.
Okay, so is there someone from planning who does have a presentation ready? Okay.
Good morning, members of North York Community Council. My name is Dan Tovey. I'm the manager of the East Section in Community Planning in the North York District Office, and I will be doing a short overview presentation on the Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan. Some of the key aspects that I will cover in the presentation today will be an overview of the purpose of the amendment, including important policy directions, some of the growth pressures in the area, and I'll outline some aspects of community consultation that have led to the development of the final secondary plan. The presentation will also cover some key components of the amendment and next steps in the approval process. So, as a result of development pressures requiring official plan amendments for increased height and density in the Shepherd Avenue area, in 2018, City Council directed staff to review the Shepherd East Subway Corridor Secondary Plan with a focus on the area from Shepherd East Park in the west to Dowlington Park to the east and Bayview Village Park to the north and Highway 401 to the south. In 2021 and 2022, as a consequence of provincial policy direction, City Council directed staff to update the planning framework to be consistent with provincial policy, and in particular the requirement for transit supportive development within 500 to 800 meters of a major transit station, like the subway, Shepherd subway stations. The plan was also required to meet key city building objectives, including high-quality built form, sustainable and walkable public realm, and to deliver community benefits such as affordable housing, recreation centers, parks, and community facilities. In 2017 and 2019, when the study was underway, the growth plan applied to the Renew Planning Study Area and required a minimum density target to be established for areas within 500 to 800 meters around a major transit station area, or MTSA. In October 2024, the provincial planning statement was released and replaced the growth plan, but maintained many of the growth plan policies that require minimum density targets for areas within 500 to 800 meters around the MTSA, land uses in built form that support achievement of a mix of housing options, including affordability, and complete communities, compact form, and transit supportive design, a mix of housing options and employment, services, and recreational opportunities. Next slide, please. Another large aspect of the review in this area is that the market has responded to increased housing supply, spurred on by provincial policy. As a consequence, the city is experiencing significant development activity along the Shepherd Subway Corridor. With increasing development pressures in the area, there is a need to update the 25-year-old planning framework for the Shepherd East Subway Corridor Secondary Plan and provide clear direction how and where development should occur to meet Council's direction, the provincial framework, and the community visions and principles for the area. Next slide, please. The planning framework for Renew Shepherd was underpinned by community consultation and stakeholder engagement throughout the three-phase policy development process. Engagement include in-person open house meetings, social media pinpoint surveys, digital engagements, and also engagement with stakeholder groups and Indigenous communities. Next slide, please. Components of the final plan that were informed by community consultation and stakeholder input are that this plan supports a framework for planned intensification over the next 30 years to achieve a balance of housing, including affordable housing and jobs. The plan incorporates a long-term vision for complete, connected, prosperous, and sustainable transit-supportive communities that leverage the existing subway and regional rail line. The plan also envisions attractive mixed-use communities supported by walkable street network and an extensive and sustainable public realm. Next slide, please. The plan also creates a vision for new and an expanded public realm network, such as the Shepherd Promenade and Green Loop, high-order pedestrian zones, including publicly accessible open space, and public squares and retail streets. Next slide, please. A major component of the plan is the creation of new mixed-use areas, including areas to the west of Bayview Station and north and south of Shepherd near the Bessarion Station. These mixed-use areas will enable a broad range of uses to support access to residential and non-residential activities, including commercial, office, and institutional activities in accordance with provincial and council's direction. The expansion of mixed-use areas provides opportunities for housing and intensification closer to transit stations and will apply if landowners choose to bring forward applications to implement these policies. Of note, landowners within the designated mixed-use areas may continue to use their property under the current use permissions. The policies of the plan apply on a go-forward basis when the plan comes into force, and the policies will apply when a new landowner makes an application for development under the new policies. Next slide. The plan also includes 7 distinct character areas that provide additional policies that support the recommended land use changes and public realm moves in the Shepherd Avenue corridor. The character areas are reflections of the existing and planned context for distinct areas within the corridor. These areas provide policy guidance on how growth and development will likely occur over time within these distinct areas. For example, the transit zone character area with the reddish hue closest to the subway stations will likely be the most intensely developed areas and will contribute to commercial and retail functions and an enhanced public realm of the Shepherd Promenade. Next slide, please. The public realm will serve as a connected network that will provide attractive, sustainable pathways, parks, and open spaces for residents, workers, and visitors. The public realm will be designed to enhance mobility to and from transit and mixed-use areas and local destinations. Some key public elements are parks, priority areas for new parks to complement existing parkland network and the green space system as growth occurs in the area. The Green Loop, a green space system on local streets to support green infrastructure and a sustainable, walkable, and accessible public realm. And mid-block connections that supplement the network of sidewalks and multi-use trails in the area, and help to support active transportation for pedestrians, cyclists, and people using mobility devices. The recommended plan requires no expropriation to implement the plan. The evolution of the plan, including new streets and parks, are expected to be implemented through a willing buyer and willing seller arrangement. Next slide, please. Other key policies in the plan provide direction for a high-quality built form and sustainable site and urban design that is responsive to the character areas, housing policies that provide minimum requirements to create a broader range and mix of housing units, including social and affordable housing, and priorities for new and expanded community facilities. There are also implementation policies that provide tools and measures how growth will be sequenced in an orderly fashion and how public health and safety will be addressed when development occurs. There are also site and area
All
specific
right, so we're
policies.
closing in on 10 minutes, so if you could
Sure.
wrap up, appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. And just as last slide, so next steps are to receive direction, for staff to receive direction from North York Community Council on staff's recommendation to approve the plan. And depending on North York Community Council's direction, it will move forward to council for consideration in mid-December. And once a decision is made by council, a notice of adoption will be issued, which provides a 20-day window where appeals could be made to the plan. If that's the case, the plan or parts of the plan that are under appeal will be sent to the Ontario Land Tribunal for adjudication. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. Staff.
Thank you very much
Staff are
for
one.
that. Any questions for the presenter? Okay, thank you very much for that. We will go to questions of staff a little later. So I'm going to be calling on deputants. If you're here in the room, you step to the lectern and you have 5 minutes. If you're online, then I'll be looking over here to make sure we have a connection. First one on the list is Julie Robinson. Julie, if you could unmute.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for
Chairman,
joining us. You have
Council,
5 minutes.
staff, and neighbors. Thank you. My name is Julie Robinson. I'm a resident of the community for over 20 years. I attended the community meeting held on September 24th, where the city presented what was just shown on the screen. I think there was a missed opportunity there because there was no opportunity for question and answer where the community could come together and share and learn together and learn from each other. So I was disappointed by the format, but the information was very valuable. I did notice on the some of the plans, there was a proposed bike lane on both sides of Bayview going north and south. Bayview, as everybody in the community knows, is a major thoroughfare north-south and also relief from the DVP for vehicles. I therefore requested a transportation study from staff just to understand the science behind it or what study was behind it. The city staff was very responsive. I was advised that city took direction from the work done on the cycling network plan. However, when I checked that network plan, which is available online, I did not see any bicycle lanes shown on Bayview Avenue. When I asked a little bit for a little bit more detail, I was told that there will be a detailed analysis for the type of cycling infrastructure that hasn't been determined at this stage, not whether it will be there, but the type. So I feel this was presented to the community with a sense of this being something that would have been based on some study. I think many of us would have assumed that would have been the case if it's included in a secondary plan. And I think including and presenting critical elements without the detailed and necessary analysis and locking it into the secondary plan is not the appropriate strategy, in my opinion. I think it should be clearly studied ahead of anything being included on a secondary plan and locked in place. There should be background and study context provided to the community of how we arrive at various components proposed on the secondary plan. I think if that's done, trust will be built amongst the community and the staff, and we will all work together to improve the Shepherd Avenue East corridor. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Just a quick question. Julia, it sounds like for your deputation, but I'll just ask just to be super clear. I don't know if it was clear to people in all of the streets, not just Bayview, but in all the streets, there are places where there are citywide policies and citywide procedures that you have to go through, such as cycling infrastructure and bikeways. They are then referenced in the plan. This could be a potential bikeway. You'll see it throughout the plan. But what that means is that's a possibility, but that if that were ever to happen, it would still have to, even if it's mentioned in the secondary plan, it would still have to follow city procedure. Well, in the case of cycling infrastructure, it would also have to follow provincial legislation. But it would, as of today, but it would still have to go through its own individual process, even though it's referenced as a citywide policy that is a possibility on this street. Was that not clear?
Thank you, Councillor. I would say it was not clear, and I would go further to say that when I inquired about it, I was directed to the cycling network plan, which does not show any bike lanes on Bayview. So this is where it gets confusing, and this is where I think full transparency and divulgence of information at the community sessions and allowing people to talk to each other and talk with staff in a group form instead of breaking off and standing in groups of 20 jostling for board. I think maybe it would have come out, and maybe I wouldn't even be on this deputation today because it was not clear.
Okay, so I'll seek that clarification and questions of staff. Thanks very much for speaking today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? Human Katarai? Welcome. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, committee. My name is Human Katirai. I represent Taimur Katirai, my father, who's also present here today. With regards to 579 Shepherd Avenue East, it's the property immediately across from Bayview Village Mall on the corner of Barbary Place and the corner of Shepherd Avenue East. Strangely, we were not informed about the Shepherd Renew Plan. The only way we found out was through our neighbor. We believe the tenant who is living there got the notice instead of us. I actually grew up in the neighboring property, the immediate neighboring property in 27 Barbary Place. I still live in North York, as does my father. So I'd like to express our opposition to the parkland designation specifically. For the whole block of properties, 579 Shepherd Avenue, 27 Barbary Place, and 25 Barbary Place, as outlined in the Shepherd East Renew Plan. So a couple of reasons. One of them is it does conflict with the provincial policy statement, which was released October 23rd, 2024, just a little over a month ago. The provincial policy statement refers to a major transit station area. It mandates that planning authorities maximize the number of potential transit users within walking distance of the stations. To provide context, the property that we're talking about, 579 Shepherd Avenue East, is a part of that contiguous block, and it is exactly one property away from the entrance to the transit station. You can't get any closer. There's only one property closer than this to the transit station. My question is, how exactly do you maximize the number of transit users as directed in the provincial policy statement? It certainly isn't by creating parkland. Parkland contributes nothing to the density. It contributes nothing to the city's coffers in terms of taxes. And that particular block, we believe, would be better served through mixed-use development that would also have residential components. For example, that is a strategically located block that could allow uses, for example, such as a supermarket or convenience store on the first floor. And that would allow transit users to be able to pick up things like groceries without any detours and without carrying those items on transit. In fact, it is the only block of properties that they would pass through for a large number of people on Reen Drive and on Barberry Place, where they would not have to make any detours from their direct ride home, and they wouldn't have to carry their groceries home. And I'm speaking of all the approved properties. There is no other approved use so far that would allow that. But apart from these arguments, it goes against common sense to not build close to a transit station. There's 3 other parks already in the plan. So why are you taking the most strategically located land, only one away from the transit station, and prioritizing that for parkland? Thank you. Those are my only comments.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Daniel Goldstein? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
I have some visuals. Is there any way I could get them on the screen? No? I did email them in earlier. Oh, they have access? Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Council. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak this morning. I want to specifically thank Councillor Chang and Saham Abdi for making the time to speak to me and my colleagues, their helpfulness trying to clarify staff's proposed Renew Shepherd Secondary Plan and its intent. My name is Danielle Goldstein, and I am here on behalf of NGGF Holdings, Inc., the owner of 223 to 251 Shepherd Avenue East, a property that falls within the Greene character area at the westernmost end of the Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan. It's our understanding that staff has assured Councillor Chang's office, who has in turn notified us, that the mixed-use Area B designation of this property in the Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan is maintained. There is, however, an important contradiction between what staff told Councillor Chang's office and the language of the Official Plan Amendment 777 before you today. Item 12B of Amendment 777 specifically states that it proposes to amend Policy 1.2 of the Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan by adding the following language, and I quote, "Despite Map 29.1, the policies within the Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan do not apply to lands within the boundaries of Map 51.1 of the Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan. Should this amendment proceed as written, we would be unable to rely on any of the policies of the Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan for future development considerations. This is not only inappropriate, it leaves gaping policy unknowns for future development, specifically for our property shown as Greene character area in the Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan. Our site is located on Shepherd Avenue East and should not be included in a Greene character area, which is more appropriate for the low-density residential uses to the south, and is in contradiction to the Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan, which was just passed in June 2023, where this property was specifically carved out and designated as mixed-use Area B. The secondary plan put before Council today captures our property by stretching its western boundary on the south side of Shepherd, further west than its boundary on the north side of the street. It would seem that the plan's intent of capturing lands fronting on Shepherd East, west of Wilfrid, is to ensure accessible connections to a nearby Shepherd East Park that functions as both movement corridors and places to wander. It does not make any planning sense for this site to have accessible connections, not only because to the south and east there are existing residential houses, which seemingly do not need connections from our site into their backyards. There's nothing of the public realm in the direct vicinity for the site to connect to. The sidewalk on Shepherd directly north is the appropriate connection, not through our site. The listed requirements of Section 371 also do not appropriately apply to our site, as it cannot continue to contain significant landscaping or a generous canopy of mature trees or green pathways, as these elements do not currently exist and not able to continue to be contained. Further, the existing Shepherd East Park is in very close proximity to our site, just beyond the adjacent western boundary of the secondary plan, and already provides excellent natural amenities to the community that connect our property via the appropriate public realm sidewalk on Shepherd and the brand-new recently completed bike lanes. Tall buildings, when located adjacent to a park, have no neighbors to impact and can provide unique residences with pleasing views overlooking the park that also increase the passive surveillance and safety of parks, as called for in Section 537G of the plan. Further, the building on our property projects a shadow towards Shepherd and not neighboring properties, making it distinctly suitable for low-impact, high-density development with no demonstrable negative impact, ensuring access to sunlight for adjacent properties within the plan as well as the nearby Shepherd East Park. Any future commercial or residential redevelopment of our site would not be economically feasible within the green character area. Dedicating additional land in order to create places to wander and required significant green landscaping and generous setbacks will only ensure that the existing building, being a 45-year-old strip plaza, set back from the street with parking in front, will remain the highest and best use of the site. Whereas our team has recently entertained the appropriate planning idea of creating more housing and intensification in line with the provincial policy
You could wrap
statement.
up, please?
Thank
Thanks.
you. In conclusion, it would be most appropriate for staff to refine the language of Amendment 777, eliminating contradictions told to other staff and ensure proper policy is addressed in the appropriate plan. Property fronting on Shepherd East that is well served by 2 nearby subway stations and a bus stop in
right.
front
Thank
should have
you.
a appropriate high-density designation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Christina Stugaruku? Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. I'm here to address the concerns that my parents, my family, and I have about this updated proposed plan, specifically stating that their home will be demolished to put a road through my parents' home and other homes on Whitaker Crescent. My parents are elderly, 88 and 90 years of age, and they recently had to downsize and move into their bungalow after living in their previous home for 60 years because of their limited mobility issues, not being able to maneuver stairs, and being in fragile health. They were so thrilled to find their new home in an area they love. After spending most of their savings, they were able to install necessary equipment that they need to assist them in day-to-day living due to their present physical concerns. We were also very happy they found a new home that made the transition of downsizing a little bit easier. As you can imagine, this was a very, very difficult move, both physically and emotionally, for my parents, but for all of us. But this home is perfect for them, and they love it. There are no steps for them to climb to access bedrooms, bathrooms, or anything else. We even put a washer and dryer in the linen closet on the main floor so they wouldn't have to go to the basement to do laundry. They were physically unable to go to the basement. They absolutely cannot move from their home. My dad said this would be a death sentence, and the entire family agrees. Our parents must stay in their home and cannot move. The stress of even the possibility of this happening is enormous for them and for the entire family. As immigrants to Canada, they have endured a lifetime of hardships and challenges. And now they have the right to enjoy their life in their home, in peace and feeling safe and secure, and not with the constant fear that they would have to move. The proposed plan of putting a road through their home and other homes on Whitaker is preposterous and completely unnecessary. There are already 2 existing exit points from Elkhorn and other roads to accommodate traffic to Shepherd Avenue and elsewhere. To put another road would only add to the pedestrian and vehicular traffic that already exists due to the school and parks and other things being there. This will only increase the chances of collisions, possibly fatalities. Public safety must be protected. The City of Toronto emphasizes the need and desire to have mixed community housing, keeping the existing bungalows in the area in order to address and maintain accessibility for older people like my parents and people with disabilities like my parents is imperative. There is a beautiful park and green space that needs to remain. This would be affected if a road is built. There is no need for another road going through people's homes. The city wants to be environmentally friendly. The city wants to increase TTC use and minimize vehicular traffic. Building an unnecessary road and destroying people's homes and lives is not the way to do this. Using taxpayers' money to build a road and destroy people's homes is not acceptable and should not occur. My parents, the rest of the family, and the residents of this great neighborhood implore you not to allow this to happen. I have reached out to Councillor Shelley Carroll on several occasions, and I was told emphatically, over and over in writing, that my parents and other residents will not be forced out of their homes, and the City of Toronto will not expropriate their properties to build a road. I would like to believe that. We all would. All the residents would like to believe that, but we are deeply concerned and not confident that this will happen. The only way this can occur is for this new plan to be rejected by each and every one of you. Just imagine it was your home, or even worse, your elderly parents' home that would be destroyed for a road. How would you feel? Would you fight as hard as I am and all the other residents of this great community are fighting? I think you would. Please, each and every one of you, do the right thing. Do not allow my parents' home and other homes on Whitaker to be destroyed for a nonsensical, unnecessary road. My parents did send comments. I was under the impression that each one of you received those. I hope you had the opportunity to reach their comments and read them carefully. They wished to be here today, but it was too stressful and they were just physically not able to attend. Those are my comments. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you take our concerns very, very seriously and think of us and our homes, in particular my parents' home and other residents as well. My parents are 90 years of age. There's no way they can move, and they should not be required to move for a road.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. Just say there's a couple of questions. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I thank you for calling my office, and my office did explain that there is literally no expropriation and no demolition contemplated in this secondary plan, nor would taxpayer dollars be spent on the road. I'm actually going to be moving an amendment about the road later, but are your comments meant to believe that you think my staff were being less than honest with you?
No, they said what they said. I reached out to the community, and people have doubts about that in terms of the expropriation, and now you're saying there's going to be no demolition. Well, how is the building going to occur if there's no demolition of houses? How is the road going to occur if there's no demolition? What does that mean, there's no demolition?
So I'm going to get staff to explain it during the questions, but
Okay.
But when they're doing secondary plans that have to last for the next, well, this one has lasted 25 years thus far, so this is, I guess, for the next 25 years. They do look at if a developer were to acquire all of the south half of Whitaker and say we want to build a big development here, we would at that time make them at their cost put in a road so that there was access to it. But that would be, acquiring all of Whitaker would be a very long shot. Your parents are not going to sell their home. So there's one house that they're not going to get. And so what the future plan looks at is if that happened at some time in the future, in order to be in alignment with provincial policy statements, we would do that. But if I move an amendment today, would you be able to make it clear to your parents that there never was any plan of expropriation on the city's part, never was, and never will be. Would that be possible to make that clear to them? Or should I personally visit them? Because it sounds like they're very, very skeptical about what they're being told.
Well, not my parents so much, but the residents of that community are skeptical. But I would like to ask you, I mean, I think we're all having trouble understanding the process. So if a developer comes in and wishes to build in the area, he would need to approach each house and ask if they're willing to sell. Is that how it works?
You can only develop on property that you own. If you don't own the property, you don't have anything to apply for.
Right.
And so he couldn't even begin to talk to the city until he bought up all the homes on Whitaker Crescent.
All right, so if
and
all-
I think we can all agree that would take an awfully long time to do.
Okay, but does one need to buy all of the houses, or can he just buy a few houses, and then this road is required? Does the city interject
This
then?
is, it's,
No,
it's,
no.
it's turning into
No.
an offline
Yeah, sorry,
discussion.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
for the back
Well,
and
this is
forth.
very important. I mean, all the
No,
residents
it
here
is
are
very
addressing the
important.
issue.
It is important to remember,
Absolutely.
the city does not hand over property to developers to make something possible for them. We
But does
do
the city
develop-
expropriate the property to do?
No, it's
their-
not.
no
not a
expropriation
debating
contemplated
opportunity.
anywhere in this secondary plan.
Okay.
And if you need me to visit your parents, I am happy to.
All right, let's leave it at that. All right, let's leave it at that. Any other questions for the deputant?
I mean, with all due respect.
No, it's not a debating
No, I know it's not a
opportunity.
debate, but we should have
No,
time
there's
to
been numerous
explain our-
consultations. That was the time. Your concerns have been addressed by the local counselor.
Okay.
You can talk offline. She's not going anywhere. She'll be there to address your concerns. I think she has been quite emphatic, quite frankly. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Annette Smith? Great, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So I'm the neighbor of Christina. So I'm at 34 Whitaker, and they are at 36 Whitaker Crescent. And this is also a neighbor from Whitaker. So I think what we are hearing today, it's a theme about lack of transparency and poor stakeholder engagement. Because many of us were not aware of some of these changes until last week. And we tried to, some of the residents tried to approach you. They did approach you. We have sent out contact to the city councilors that we would like to have our voices heard today because we felt like there was not enough community engagement. On the issue of the road, because my property, and I'm also an immigrant, you can all see and hear, I'm also an immigrant, and it was great pleasure for me to be able to purchase my home in 2019, also looking for a bungalow that was accessible and that was easy for myself as I age into my home, I live in a multi-generational household, and also my parents will be moving in with me, and they already have mobility issues where they are living in their apartment. So my planning was for my future, my children's future, and the future of my elderly parents. So I'm like a sandwich generation type. So therefore, it was shocking when we were advised that our properties, there were going to be a road through our properties, through 34 Whitaker, 36 Whitaker, 5, 7, and 9 Lockton Crescent. We feel that it's unacceptable, it's not necessary, and I know that the planners spoke eloquently about public realm, but we like to say that has the property owners and household members and residents, owner-occupiers of our properties, well-maintained properties, we don't feel like it's highest and best use for the city to include those properties on their green loop, as part of their green loop. There's no necessity for that. We have enough throughway to go south and north on Whitaker Crescent, and we feel that 5 households with multi-generational families and people with disability and seniors should not be impacted because of a road, because of a public realm, they want a green loop. We feel that was unacceptable. The other parts of it is that, you know, Mr. Shelley Carroll, you keep saying that new homes will be expropriated. My understanding, and many of us who are familiar with development understands that private developers have no return on investment when they purchase private properties to build roads. Private investors and developers do not build roads in an existing subdivision. That is what they do in new subdivision. We are already an established neighborhood, an established community. Therefore, if there were any roads to be built, it would have to be approved by the city and it would have to be tax dollars, because a private developer is not going to use their hard-earned money to invest in roadway building, right? So unless there's some type of agreement with the city that developers would approach and buy up these properties to put roads, and then the city would backdoor the process and then buy it back from developers. We have never heard of developers approaching anyone to buy homes to develop for roadways, right? The city maintenance and roadway, those are the responsibilities of the city, of municipalities. And I think there is the lack of transparency with regards to which developer are in this economic times per se is going to approach anybody to buy properties to redevelop as roadways. That is just unfathomable. And I think there is some misleading information out there. And Shelley, you're not being transparent. And unfortunately, we as a community, we do not feel, many of us, not all, many of us do not feel that you have been the most supportive counselor with regards to this issue in particular. Right? And we feel like there needs to be more consultation. As we are here today, and many of us more will be speaking, we are asking that the roadway, that loop, part of the green loop, that Whitaker and Lockton Court be removed permanently from that plan, because any time it's there, there's always a possibility of that risk. We are stressed out, elderly people, and they don't want, unfortunately, they don't want you to speak to them, Shelley, because they're really already sick. These are elderly neighbors. These are my neighbors who I've gotten to know in the last few years. Great neighbors, great neighborhood, all of our neighbors, right? And we do not wish to have any consultation
You'll have
with
to
these elderly people.
wrap up.
Yeah. So again, I'm saying highest and best use is not for us to lose our homes. And you talk about the provincial government, you're just following the provincial government plan.
All right.
That's not true. People should not be losing
Okay.
housing when you're
Thank
trying
you.
to increase density.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
So I won't, I'm not going to get into it, and I can't. The chair has just
Yeah, I
admonished
understand.
me. This is for me to ask you questions.
Yes.
So we can't get into a back and forth. Happy to meet with you offline. But what I did say earlier, two things are true. A, I'm moving an amendment about this road today, and secondly, there are no expropriations in this plan. This is a future plan of staff. And are you aware, though, that across this city, several times a year, we approve developments where the developer is required, whether he's in a built area or a new subdivision, either way, developers are often required to build roads for us. Off the top of my head, I can think of about 5 of them in my 20 years of service just in my ward, where the developer, in order to get his approval, has been required to build a public road on that property.
Well, even if that's the case,
But first he has to buy the property.
but
He has
even
to
if that's
own
the
it
case,
first.
Ms. Shelley, we are saying that as a neighborhood, we do not feel there's a necessity for that road to go through 5 properties.
100%. But
And I
are you
understand-
aware that happens was the question?
What happens? That developers purchase and
Several times a year.
it happens for
Yes,
different
there we go.
neighborhoods.
I just
different
wanted
neighborhoods.
to make sure that you were aware of that. Thank you.
Are we?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We just can't debate with every
May I just say
deputant.
one more thing?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got this list. We're going to be here most of the day listening to residents on this item.
I just have one quick thing to say,
Well-
is that developers,
So,
Yeah.
no, we have to move on.
I
I'm calling
understand.
David
I
Reed.
I appreciate it. So
All
I'm
right,
just
thank you
saying-
very much for your comments. David Reed? Thank you for joining us. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, people in the audience and those on YouTube. As you just heard the previous deputant say, and I'm not going to repeat that, I just think one of the issues that we see here, and I'm going to talk about that a bit, is this was treated, some parts of it, as a greenfield block plan. And just putting lines on top of things that are there now creates some issues, at least in the communications part. So my comments are, my name is David Reed. My wife and I own a condo at Greenbrier and Shepherd in Ward 17. There are gaps and unclear language in the current plan that seem to need clearing up. You've just heard a couple. I'm asking for a working group of representatives from Ward 17 and 18 councillors, offices, city planners, and local residents to suggest how to correct these and report back with their recommendations to North York Council in 6 months. According to the figures in the final report, less than 2% of the current population has been engaged in the plan, despite that it will substantially affect their lives. The plan boundaries changed, planning staff changed, timelines were absent, and the plan criteria shifted. There were no working groups. Ward 18 wasn't even in the original review plans. Drop-in and WebEx sessions were used instead of in-person ones, and only general information was presented after 6 years of the process. The draft details were only provided less than 3 months before coming to North York Council. While the current planners no doubt worked hard to come up with a plan, the city hasn't looked organized throughout this whole process. The first details were put on display boards in a crowded room in late September. City staff didn't make presentations on the details. Residents were asked to put their comments on sticky notes. The final plan details weren't available for your review until late November. No one told residents that they would be having a 45-story building next door, a new street going through their house, just mentioned, or that there would be inadequate water pressure, more development at intersections already at capacity, and only hopes for new parks but no decisions. There were no design criteria for bikeways on residential streets, as the previous speaker mentioned. There are also no plans on how to get the 10,000 new jobs. Ward 17 doesn't even have a BIA, which is a business improvement area. The jobs in retail or commercial units on the first floor of new condos aren't going to get to 10,000. Condo units aren't attractive for new jobs. First floor retail units are not that attractive. The city's 10-year sidewalks to skylines economic development plan is mostly aspirational and dependent on hopeful funding from other levels of government. There are no details for Ward 17. If the city wanted a public consultation process, then the plan should have understandably, if the city wanted a public consultation process, then the plan should be understandable by the public. Does anyone in the audience know what a fine-grained retail is? Is that sand on the floor? Or animates the street? Is that a Disney store? Or what is a marketing zone supporting ground-level active uses? The plan should use plain language or at least add a glossary of terms to it. The words generous and adequate are used without percentages, dimensions, distances, or sizes. Adjectives don't provide clear direction for development applications, and those will obviously be interpreted the best way by developers to suit an application. The plan should include metrics. The 5 hours of sunlight needed next to developments need explaining, whether that's daily, weekly, or monthly, and whether it applies to both summer and winter. The 7 overlapping character areas need tightening up. The planning rationales from planning consultants in the applications will walk all over these, and neither the city nor residents will get what was intended. The city's approach to bikeways is confusing, as was mentioned by the previous speaker. Hawkesbury and Bayview Mews are now designated bikeways. The approved development of the Bayview Shopping Center site in 2020 was required to have hundreds of bicycle parking spots, but no bikeways. Bayview Mews was even redesigned for the development, but the city didn't ask for bikeways. Approved or under review development applications on Greenbrier were required to include hundreds of bicycle parking spots, but the city didn't require allowing for a bikeway in the designs. There are dimensions for building setbacks, but no design or performance criteria for bikeways in the plan. Up to $20 million will be spent on reconstruction of Shepherd from Bayview to Shepherd, with dedicated bike lanes in 2025. But the project
You could
isn't
wrap
in the
up,
plan.
please.
Yeah, just 3 more sentences. Since eastbound and westbound dedicated bike lanes are included, why does the city want an east-west bikeway just north of Shepherd? In conclusion, the plan needs tightening up. I'm asking you for a 6-month deferment to allow the public and staff time to do that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Okay, all right, thank you very much for your comments. Christopher Holes? Thank you for joining us. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and good morning, Councillors. My name is Chris Holtz. My family has lived and worked in Willowdale for over 60 years. I haven't been around for 60 years, but my family certainly has. And our home is nestled in a vibrant and thriving community in the southwest corner of Bayview and Shepherd. Like Toronto, our neighborhood has seen a lot of changes. New development, new families, and over the last 25 years, a thriving community that has become a family, made up of many new residents with young families and others who have been in the neighborhood for decades that have raised their families and their grandchildren. I want to echo many of the comments you've heard this morning from David and others about the current plan. And I want to emphasize that I think we can have more housing and protect existing neighborhoods. We can have both. And I think a process of engagement with communities can get to a better plan if there is an extension, if there's more time. Let me just speak to that just for a moment. We know that the provincial policy statement in October was recently released, and that has a vision of, I think, 200 residents and businesses or employees per hectare. Currently, we're almost at 180 just for residents. The businesses are on top of that, already exceed that threshold. That doesn't mean we've done all our work, but it does mean that there's a lot already that has happened, even in the Bayview node. Second thing we would suggest is just to emphasize, while we are supportive of more housing, Toronto does have a housing crisis, we can achieve more housing while protecting those existing neighborhoods that make North York, Willowdale, Don Valley North such thriving communities, like the neighborhood that we're from. Third is, while there has been a consultation process, we must emphasize that the consultation meetings that we participated in were very overcrowded. Most folks that participated left with much more questions than when they actually entered. That doesn't mean planning staff haven't done a great job. They have. They've been accessible to us very recently, and we appreciate that, certainly with our counselors' support achieving that. But there is a need for more consultation. And if I go a step further, for residents of Willowdale on the other side of Bayview, we got added to this process very, very late. When? Well, during COVID, that's when we're hiding in our basements trying to, not cough on each other. So I say that because, if there is an opportunity to consult more, to get more buy-in from community residents, we can probably achieve a much better plan that gets the housing that the community wants, that the city needs, while protecting existing neighborhoods. It's not an either-or. Both are possible. But the current plan really is, it's not a NIMBY issue, it's a ruining neighborhood issue. We know we can do both if we have the opportunity. So my only comment would be, we would urge this council committee to extend the consultation process so that we have the opportunity to provide better feedback, to work with planning staff, as David has suggested, with our councillor and councillors, to come up with a better plan that achieves all of these things. We know that we can do that, but we do need more time. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chair. And ahead of time.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Jane Robertson? Yeah. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jane Robertson. I live at 1 Clorinda Drive, and I'm the president of the Bayview Village Association, which is meaningless, but just letting you know that we've sent in reports. And I echo what a lot of people have said. Thank you, Shelley. Okay, let me talk about the previous plan. So yes, it was around for 25 years, but for at least 17 of those years, the community was told that it was out of date and it wasn't followed. So I don't know what this secondary plan like really means. And it kind of opens the door to even more like diversions from plans. And I did have issues with the community consultations. They were very crowded. It was boards, it was hard to read them because there were so many people, and as you can see, sometimes it's hard for me to push to the front to actually see what's on the board. And we could put stickies, and I have terrible handwriting. I don't know if you saw them all. So I think we need better community consultations. We need the kind we used to have where there's a presentation and we can ask questions that everyone hears the questions and everyone hears the answers. Because staff sitting there answering the same questions over and over and like nobody really hearing and we're trying to run over and hear what they're saying to somebody else is not efficient or effective use of our time. Also, all these critical reports, the transportation report, there's one about all the capacity for water, which I have a real concern about. They were all uploaded at the end of November, so well after the community consultations, when if they had been available earlier, and if these are what the plan was built on, like we should have been aware, especially about all these bikeways, which we don't even know what they are, what infrastructure is required for that, is there adequate lighting, will they be maintained, especially any that's on a trail and not on a road. Like, we need a lot of clarification about how those will work. And if you want to talk about, I digress, pedestrian safety, I noticed that in our areas, the street lights light up the road. They don't light up the sidewalks. So people can be standing like on the corner in a pool of darkness because the street lights light the road and there's a tree, and it's very hard to see pedestrians at those corners. Okay, yeah, so it's a very aspirational plan, which is nice, but it's not really like a plan. It's just a dream. And I don't know what the rush is. I would also like this deferred so that we could all have more conversations with everyone. One of the things in trying to scan through all those reports was about the water distribution system. So apparently in current conditions, my house is in danger of, is in the red for not enough water pressure in the event of a fire. And also, so is Denrock. So I'm not trying to encourage all these developers to go set fire to our houses, but I think this is a real concern and there is no plan to address that. And in the future plan, there are many more streets in our neighborhood that show that they're at risk for low water pressure during a fire. So that's Citation, Flaremore, Highmount, Tally Lane, Ravenscroft, and Citation, Burbank, Citation to Forest Grove. And in that plan, it just says we hope that developers will, they want the developers to address those capacity issues. Well, I don't know if developers will care about capacity issues north of Citation or up that far away from their development, and it's like this is a city problem. Okay, in the transportation report, I was kind of disturbed that the residents were not stakeholders, that it was the TTC, Bike Share Toronto, and the internal planning department. So those of us who live there, and some of us do need our cars for things, like we can't just transition. We have a lot of older people. They're not going to be riding their bikes to get to the hospital if they're feeling unwell. So I think that just kind of dismisses a whole segment
about
of
30
the
seconds
population.
left.
Okay. And what are bikeways? Please, more on bikeways. And yes, it was identified that there's a need for education around bikes and probably around what bikes are doing and how cars perceive bikes. And there's no reason for the city to wait on that and to roll out widespread education on bikes. And was there anything else? Okay, and you know what? There's residents, you've put a target on those homes that are slated for redevelopment. And so homeowners are under intense pressure from developers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
Just a quick one on the capacity report. I promise we won't get into a debate because we see each other often. I'm cognizant of my colleagues' time. Just on the capacity report, is it clear to community that part of the reason that you do that infrastructure study, Councillor Cola's moved one because that Marley is going to be a secondary plan area. But is it clear to the community that part of the reason they do that report is to make sure that people know that while the secondary plan is a vision document on a site-by-site basis, that capacity report says you can't proceed without giving us money to address capacity?
I'm not sure.
That's not clear?
It's not clear because one of the things is before when the city had control of like how tall the building could be, you could trade off for things. And I feel now the province has said like, build anything everywhere, build it as big as you can, and then I feel the city has no power to require developers to do these things. I wish that you did, and I think maybe like that's a good conversation to have later about how the city
I'm going
can
to
do
get
it.
staff to outline that because that's one of the few places where we still do, but I'll get staff to go through that. We need that clarification. Thanks so much, Jane.
Okay, thanks.
And thank you for the Bayview Village document in full. It's one of the best we've seen in a long time.
And a big amount of credit for that goes to Victoria and the other members of, like David Reed and other members in the neighborhood. Thanks.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. Giselle Videro? Online? Giselle?
Oh, that's me.
Great.
Good
Thanks
morning,
for joining
council
us.
members. Thank you, Chair. My name is Giselle Valdero, and I live at 40 Irvington Crescent. It's the neighborhood on the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd. I'm here today on behalf of our neighborhood, a community that has been around for decades, is a super tight-knit, stable community. As some would say, we are more than a community, we are actually a family. Many of our residents have lived here for decades, and quite a few of them are original homeowners. They've been here for over 55, 60 years. We have seniors who have lived here, raised their families. We have young professionals who started on their journeys. It's a place, it's a stable, diverse, and a neighborhood of immense pride. Our purpose today is to let you know our disagreement with the way the Renew Shepherd East plan, as it's been tabled today. You would have heard from many of the deputants the same thing on community and stakeholder engagement, and so I'm not going to repeat that. But this plan certainly does not reflect our voice. It does not reflect our experience or our vision for this community. We do understand the need to plan for growth. We have been excluded from the planning process largely, and the little engagement that came was too late and has left us with no meaningful opportunity to share our perspectives or shape the outcomes. While we have many concerns with the plan, I'm going to touch on a couple of them today, and the first one being density. The provincial policy statement mandates 200 jobs and people per hectare combined around an MTSA within 800 meters. I can almost guarantee you for certain that the proposed developments in our neighborhood and the area around us will not only meet, it will grossly exceed those people density targets. It's interesting to know that the city won't meet the job density targets, as you've heard from David Reed and the previous deputants. The job density targets is probably going to be less than the minimum threshold, but the people density targets is going to be exceeding their targets. So why not encourage more retail and commercial spaces within the area and save our long-standing neighborhood? The second aspect of the plan that I would urge council to consider is why not designate our neighborhood as a neighborhood character area and scratch out the mixed use character area that you have on now. If you change that designation, our neighborhood it actually meets the criteria set out under Chapter 4 of the city's official plan, which goes to great extent to protect neighborhoods such as ours against inappropriate intensification. And I think it's a balanced solution that will meet your density targets and respects the community that has flourished here for 64 years. I just did a quick check on my computer, and a 50-story building, 40 to 50-story building with 500 to 800 residents, actually it's probably 800 people per hectare, right, in a density area. So do you actually need 8 or 10 of those buildings in our neighborhood and grossly exceed your targets? At what cost? At the cost of our neighborhood, our communities, our seniors? I don't think that's a great idea. So in conclusion, I'm going to ask council for two things. As with the previous deputants, delay this plan, get meaningful community engagement across all communities, Ward 17 and Ward 18, delayed by 12 months, and designate our neighborhood as a neighborhood character area to actually meet your own Chapter 4 of the city's official plan. Thank you for your time. Thank you for considering our request. And we hope to work together to protect what we've built while planning responsibly for the future. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Sharon Johnson? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sharon Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of Environment Chair, BVA, but more so also as a resident. I want to stress the importance of preserving natural heritage, green spaces, and parks. Newtonbrook Creek and the East Don Parklands should be kept in their natural state, not paved over with new or expanded existing pathways, and especially not multinodal or multi-use paths or trails. Wildlife, greenery, birds, and insects are currently in danger and are losing their natural habitat. Currently, there are city bylaws for the East Don Parklands and Newtonbrook Creek banning electric scooters, e-bikes, and motorized recreational vehicles. These vehicles should not be allowed now or in the future because it's currently the bylaw that they are banned. There should be no new pathways at access points of the ravine, and especially not multi-use or multi-nodal paths. The city proposes to increase access to the East Don Parkland trails for increased recreation and to encourage commuting by bicycle and or electric recreational vehicles such as e-bikes. This conflicts with protecting the natural state and habitat of the ravines. During COVID, the ravines were beyond capacity, overused, and not respected. We experienced a substantial increase in discarded garbage, dog feces, bonfires, parties, broken beer and liquor bottles, teepees, displaced and injured wildlife, and the best, skating and hockey games while drinking and drugging and loud music on a pond that is designated an environmentally significant area. In the final report dated November 18th, 2024, it states the recommended secondary plan conforms with the Greenbelt Plan, meaning to preserve and protect the ravines. How? You provide no detail or plan. It also states the secondary plan supports the protection of the natural heritage system while recognizing the important role of recreation and access to this community destination. How do you plan to preserve and protect? Again, you provide no details, plan, execution, or explanation. The report also states existing official plan policies preserve and protect the natural heritage system and environmental significant areas. Again, no plan or details of how. The final report states additional parkland will be required. The East Don River Ravine notably contributes to the high parkland provision rates. The ravines are not an alternative to roads and bike lanes. Neither are they an alternative to traditional parks like Bayview Village Park. If you exclude the ravines, which you must do from your calculations, all areas are low provisional parkland rates, meaning you are substantially below targets for parks. You cannot rely on development or developers or acquiring private housing that may or may not become available or is perhaps not suitable for additional parks. No decisive, concrete, and doable plan exists to increase parks or to preserve and protect the ravine system. In fact, these numbers are manipulated by including the ravines to calculate a much higher provision rate than there actually is. We have stakeholders who will profit from Renew Shepherd presenting somewhat or totally biased reports. Jane Robertson mentioned the traffic report by TTC and Bike Share. And why were no third-party or community organizations who will not profit in any way from Renew Shepherd, not stakeholders? Why have they not been included when submitting reports or studies? I'm not going to mention the consultations, someone else did. Pages of reports, minutes, days before this meeting. So, to move right across, we're looking for a request for a deferment of at least 6 to 12 months from now. And we also believe that City Council has not had the best interest of their constituents at heart.
One more sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victoria Joy. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
I thank you for the opportunity. Let me start by saying good morning to the members of North York City Council. I'd like to recognize our Ward 17 Councillor Shelley Carroll, as well as the staff of the City of Toronto and our community who are participating in person and virtually. I've now refined much of what I've said because I'd like to avoid any repetition. As you can see, our approach being the Bayview Village Association, we have 2,000 single-family residential homes that are within the catchment area south of Finch, east of Bayview, north of Shepherd, and to the west of Leslie. 2,000 homes. We have about 528 paying members of the Bayview Village Association. We want to let you know our community was built in 1957. Hard to believe, but many of the people, not the least of myself, I've lived in the community for 30 years. I know many of my neighbors who moved here with their young babies. And so it's a very proud community. You can hear it in the passion. Bayview Village Association prides itself on being an advocate, but not an opposer to much of what the councillor attempts to do and city planners. So our approach here today is summarize what our 528 members have told us is important to our community. So in that vein, and again, we call back to Councillor Sherrill, we submitted this written report to make good use of your time for clarity and consistency. First of all, infrastructure capacity comes out as a #1 concern. Now, we do recognize that there's some communication that maybe has been misinterpreted, but our neighbors' infrastructure is already struggling. Sanitary and storm sewers have proven inadequate, evidenced by recent flooding in our neighborhoods. Many of our residents have had their basements completely flooded, and areas like Leslie and Shepherd come to mind. Water pressure fails to meet emergency standards, and traffic congestion at critical intersections, such as Bayview and Shepherd, create delays for first responders. If you look at the applications under review and consideration, just in the intersection of Bayview Village, you're talking about 11 towers, over 2.5 million square feet of residential mixed-use density, and even though a lot of them are calling for reduced parking requirements, that's a lot of density for our infrastructure. The second key area our community speaks on is developer accountability. Developers are part of our community, and we understand that. But we ask the council and the city planners to clearly hold them accountable to contribute to the infrastructure improvements, public realm enhancements, and community amenities, including parks, affordable housing, and all the things that make our community thrive. The current, the current proposal appears to priority high-density development. We recognize that, but we have to do it in balance with having the infrastructure, both social and core, to support that development. This third thing that our community wants us to make sure is that we urge council and the city to enforce mandatory implementation of Tier 4 green standards, ensuring sustainable growth. There are a lot of considerations for green and sustainable climate resilience in the proposals, but we ask, our community asks that that continue to be something that the preservation of mature trees, biodiversity, friendly landscaping should be non-negotiable with clear enforcement mechanisms to be depended on. It's been said, but I've been asked, community engagement must evolve beyond last-minute crowded events where it's turning up the anxiety rather than communicating with clarity. We asked the councillor's office and the planning staff to please be aware. We're not looking to argue every point, but if you don't understand, it causes fear and confusion. I think we've seen some perhaps evidence of that. Clear language and enforcement, it's been brought up. I'll just highlight it as
If you could wrap up, please.
Yes, I will, sir. And then clear language, obviously people want to understand how to interpret and what to read. So we asked the members of North York City Council to reject the current iteration of Renew Shepherd Secondary Plan, defer until we have more community consultation, and I want to thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Sorry. Darshan.
No, I just to be clear, I'm going to ask questions of staff on the document. Yeah.
Darshan Shroff. Darshan Shroff. Robert Holtz.
Hello, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Awesome. I don't know if I can hear you, but hi, my name's Rob Holt. Maybe I'll just go on camera. I'm at home. So my name is Rob Holtz. I've lived in the neighborhood for almost 48 years. My family still lives within the neighborhood. I actually have property within the Yonge Shepherd corridor. Again, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. This issue is vital to me and my family, and as well as the community. We believe, building and housing and protecting our neighborhood is important, and keeping that unique character within that neighborhood is important to me personally. We all agree that Toronto needs more housing. And areas like Willowdale and Don Valley must do their part, but this is not, I think by adding more density may impact the vibrancy of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is, has its character filled, and it is, it has a strong part of the community. In North York in particular, I know that there's a lot of work that's happening in the Bayview and Shepherd area. Where there is developing new towers. We've seen some balance transformation in the area. We've also seen, throughout the years, notices of, with attempts to redevelop the area. For example, I think currently we're exceeding the provincial hectare amount of people per region or per hectare. So it's around 150, and I think with the new towers going up in Bayview and Shepherd, we're going to see an estimated 180. Living in the area, I can honestly see that congestion around traffic is increasing, specifically on the Yonge corridor, not even the Yonge corridor, the Shepherd corridor, as well as the 401 from Leslie to Yonge Street. If we are looking to add more density within the area, I can only see that main artery to become further crippled. I'm not against, adding density, but I think we need to consider the right way. I know some of the other people were speaking about some of the other areas that are impacted, but we're seeing that even Shepherd on its own, it's shrinking down by adding additional bike lanes, by adding additional density is obviously going to further impact that. My concerns with the proposed plan, despite our track record, our current secondary plan for Shepherd raises some concerns, not because of its ambition, but because of the lack of meaningful consultation. I found that, I was, personally notified a lot later. I mean, my family was notified during COVID, and we weren't necessarily allowed to mobilize at the December 3rd meeting. I wasn't even properly communicated. Many residents in my area only found out through informal networks like the Bayview Village Association. My communities was added a lot later. So Willowdale, an area which I grew up in, this area was brought to the process very late and during the height of COVID, when my family in particular was going through a lot of hard times, but as well, most residents were focused on their own health and safety, and rather than city planning initiatives. So I feel that was quite unfair. And then lastly, a lot of these meetings, were overcrowded, and the meetings I attended were packed and beyond capacity, and in rooms were too small. So that was that. So, my path forward and how I feel, I urge you to support deferral of the plan to allow more time for meaningful engagement with existing residents and families like myself. And this extra time will ensure that we craft a plan that works for everyone, adding the housing we need while preserving what makes Willowdale and Dog Valley a vibrant and livable area. Additionally, I ask for one specific adjustment, and that is to move from the north corner of Irvington and Calvin to the south corner adjacent to the Bayview Place condos. This change would better serve the community. And in conclusion, a plan that adds density to Toronto's
If you could wrap
needs
up, please.
while respecting and protecting the communities that already exist. But to achieve that, we need more consultation, more transparency, and ultimately more time. I respectfully thank you for your support and defer the secondary plan so we can get this right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Carla Sterling? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Is this button on? All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council, for allowing me to speak here today. I'm a resident of Ward 17, Don Valley North, and I have lived on Whitaker Crescent for over 25 years. And I would like to continue to live on Whitaker, one of the affected streets mentioned in the official plan, Amendment 777, which you are considering this morning. Whitaker Crescent is currently zoned as neighborhoods and is adjacent to Elkhorn Public School. I am strongly opposed to changing the current zoning of my residential street from neighborhoods to transitional zone, which would include mid-rise and multi-use developments as shown on map 19 of Schedule 2 of the amendment, and it's also included in amendment section number 4. It's my understanding from the Toronto Official Plan, Chapter 4, Land Use Designations, that with the current neighborhood zoning, low-rise apartments, townhomes, duplexes, low-scale institutions like childcare and senior homes and group homes are allowed and are actually currently there, and also can provide for increase in density, varied housing, and affordable housing that is needed in the future, but does not include large commercial buildings. Commercial buildings next to an elementary school is not a good match. Elkhorn Elementary School, which is at overcapacity currently, houses 430 students from kindergarten to grade 5. It is located on Elkhorn Drive and Whitaker Crescent. It is part of the school safety zone as outlined in the city's commitment to road safety in the definition of neighborhoods in the Toronto Official Plan. These two streets provide very quiet, safe, slow, pedestrian-friendly buffer from the high-rise buildings proposed on Shepherd Avenue. A change from neighborhoods to transitional area will be at odds with this safe school zone. In my community area, you will find seniors walking to the community center, families, bikes, strollers, and dog walkers, traveling to and from schools and parks. My neighborhood area is currently providing the safety and comfort of all pedestrians with green buffers between sidewalks and streets. Elkhorn Parquet, recently updated with new playground area and multiple benches, is providing a safe and accessible green space to the area. Our neighborhood meets the secondary plan objectives of a complete, livable, connected, prosperous community. I understand from the renewed Shepherd East Secondary Plan final report that changing this area to transitional zone mid-rise will require new public streets to accommodate the extra traffic. One of the proposed streets, as you've heard today, is going through existing homes on Whitaker Crescent and Lockton Court. This is noted as New Link I on map 51-6, Street Network Schedule 3. Again, this approach does not follow the policies of the Provincial Planning Statement of 2024 related to the development of land use, which states, in quote, promote low impact, green infrastructure, and improving air quality, end quote. In addition, the transportation study does not refer or recommend or even support this new link street between Elkhorn Drive and Aroostook Road. It is unreasonable to pressure existing residents to leave their homes in order to add a road unjustifying by planning studies. According to the Toronto official plan, these are the characteristics that our neighborhoods have: adequate privacy, sunlight, sky views, appropriate separations between building walls. We live in this neighborhood because of these characteristics. By changing the zoning to mixed use, you are repealing the protections of adequacy for the community characteristics. Changes in setbacks and shadow regulations pose a significant reduction in our quality of life. This change in zoning invites and encourages developers to buy out land, causing residents to move on a schedule that follows developers. Today, I am hearing from residents right now on Whitaker that developers are already aggressively giving conditional offers with very tight timelines, stressing people out. This is today.
If you could wrap up, please.
If I ever wanted to move from here, I would want to be on my terms, not the developer's terms. Since I don't want to move from my home, I might have to endure living next to a large 10-story mid-rise commercial or office building. Height and density regulations often exceed the existing secondary plan. How would you ensure that the establishment, I just want to make a motion here.
A motion. You can make one more sentence. That's about it.
All right.
If you have it in writing, you can give it.
So I would respectfully urge the councillors to reject the secondary plan in its current form. Remove Whitaker Crescent from amendment number 4, OPA 777, along with its designation on map 19, thereby keeping it zoned as neighborhoods, and removing link from amendment number 8.
Okay, you should
thank
say
you for
that.
your support.
40 seconds. Everyone's limited to 5 minutes, and to be fair to everyone, we can't have people going on for 6.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Deputant. Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Andrew Sewick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Sewick. I live at 26 Grand Leah Road since 1979. Here I have 2 documents, Bill 23 and Bill 109. As a member of our community, we work closely with City Hall and previous councillor, creating and building stable community designated by City of North York. We made all the efforts to beautify place for families to grow. We work with our neighbors improve our community to all to enjoy. In response to beautification of the city, one of the initiatives, we even created community gardens, flowers, and also sculptures created by our local community members. In the meantime, this has been transferred to city, and right now we're facing a lot of concrete blocks and weeds 4 feet tall. If this is a progress, I don't know what it means. But for 35 years, not everything was rosy. We also dealt with the shenanigans of many developers, real estate agents, to keep our neighborhood stable, avoiding creation of concrete jungle. Today, in every discussion, I hear about provincial guidelines imposed by the provincial government. Many people want to move to our community, and over 20 new beautiful homes have been built, and some still under construction. Who made the changes to designate by the city hall of our stable community? Where in a Bill 23 and 109 is mention of breakup of stable communities, blockbusting residential areas, and many other things. Where in those bills is recommended increase of density targets above and beyond recommended practice in a city plan? Who is recommending increase in density targets now? Who is making these significant changes without proper discussion, notification, and direct involvement of affected, lively, and thriving communities? Human factor on people living in these communities has been completely removed from the discussion. Maybe you can provide some explanation to those two bills. We talk about rail plans, character areas, and so on. I would like to mention two aspects about the rules and procedures in our democratic process. One of them is law of parsimony, also known as novacula cum. Rules of simplicity and interpretation is the main goal of it, which is more than 100 years, over 100 years old. The other part is called tyranny of majority, distortion of a democratic preconditions of majority of an electorate accountable for constituents. Not transparency, rightness, or excellency, but abandonment of reality and rationality. Claim to the rule upon numbers without clarity. How are they achieved? Statistical numbers can tell a story of its creator only. I also spoke to a number of community planners during the public engagements organized by the city. What I learned that all presentations were similar. One plan bigger than the other. Glorious Google Maps, creation of 2D, 3D, everything looks like Sim City. Do you know what a Sim City is? Yeah, it is computer game, wonderfully created and easily destroyed. Maybe some of the planners who are very productive in the Sim City conditions and creations of colorful images can explain this. We live in families with a real world. Community consultation, my feedback to everybody else, hasn't been probably listened to anybody else. The human factor has not been included.
If you could wrap up, please.
Well, that's not very much time left. Some people got 10 minutes, I only got 5.
Nobody got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I heard
that
of
was
it.
a city staff member who did an introductory presentation.
Okay, I have to mention only one
Well,
thing
look,
then.
You're pretty well done. We've got many people lined up. If there's something you left out, you can talk to your local city councillor.
Yes, I will be able to provide something. I have to mention that Barcelona is one of the cities better designed than anything else. And maybe you have a chance to travel and see it, what has been done in one of the most urbanistically created cities. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. I do hear great things about Barcelona. I was there 40 years ago, so. We're banned. Jonathan Coe? Jonathan Coe? It's
Hi,
online.
I'm here.
Mr.
Can
Coe?
you hear me? I'm online. Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Great, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Coe. I'm a resident of Bayview Village, and I've come to awareness of this somewhat late in the process, and I'm trying to catch up. So I have some questions here. Renew Shepherd East plan makes reference to character areas with tall buildings, mid-rise, and low-rise. And from what I see, tall building means up to 45 stories tall. That sounds kind of tall to me. So if tall is 45, what does mid-rise mean? Because I couldn't find that. Does it mean 5, 10, 15, 20? If someone can answer that, that would help. Also, what does low mean with reference to this? As a follow-up to this, if someone lives in a transit zone where tall buildings are permitted, does that mean that if their immediate neighbor sells their home and you do not, you might one day wake up to a 45-story tall condo next door to your 1 to 2 story house? So in terms of the process, like, does building zone, with this change, does the building zone approval, is that automatic? Like is that an automatic process? And I also like to know how close these condo towers will be to existing homes. Further questions would be, like, with the increase in population, with more condos and taller buildings, are there plans for more schools to be built within these neighborhoods? Because if these tall towers are being built with all these families coming in, the kids have to go to school somewhere. And are there plans for increased hospital capacity as well? Because North York General, you know that it's getting full, and wait times are starting to creep up as well. So basically, I've got these questions. Is there somebody who I can approach to get answers to? And if someone can help me out, thanks. That's all I have.
Yes, so we have questions of the deputant, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'll put this by way of a question, but I know that really what you're looking for are answers. But you asked, will it be made clear about institutional expansion to hospital capacity, expansion to school capacity? Are you a reader of my e-blast? Because I'm wondering, because you would then have some information about that.
No, sorry, I'm not. How do I get this
Okay. Well, we can take that offline if you want to call my office. But I'm wondering if it's clear that while this is a secondary plan, so it's the official plan of Toronto is in fact a vision document, but then is adopted by the province so that it guides both ourselves and OLT outcomes. It's a general document, but more specifically, there are currently plans underway and the funding in place to double the size of North York General Hospital. And we have one increased school already under application for the Catholic School Board, and we're in talks with the Public School Board to build another school on Edenonawastana Lane. So there'll be an increase in both school boards. That's not widely known yet in the community? Is that the challenge? I'm going to take that as yes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Okay. We can talk more offline though, because you're right. Those are, if any of this is to happen, those are concerns. Thank you for your deputation.
Oh, sorry. Next deputant. Let me see here. Nazir,
No.
sorry about that, Nazir Moini.
Hi. I'm the owner of 27 Barbary. My neighbors, 25 Barbary and 579 Barbary, are here as well. So we are the last piece of remaining pieces of the entire unassembled piece on the Bayview Shepherd area. My counsel and my consultant will submit everything electronically as well, and they do delegation as well. For 2 years, the federal government has struggled to define attainable housing, leaving developers and communities without clear direction. Ontario alone has seen 3 ministers tackle this issue, yet progress remains stalled. This raising a critical question in our city level: what is the purpose of our new official plan? The official plan in our city is the blueprint of the growth. It should guide development, improve living standards, and address housing strategies. A key focus should be the Bayview Shepherd MTSA node, a crown jewel of the transit-oriented development area. Due to the proximity to the Bayview subway station, this area has immense potential, but challenges threatening our ability to meet the demand for housing. Ontario faces 1.5 million housing shortage by 2031, which means building 250,000 homes annually, 5 times our normal prediction or production rate. Yet, housing production had hit the 69 years low, and the pre-construction market is at its worst decade. This, stagnate will exacerbate the crisis unless policymakers align their effort to support development. 2, objections to proposed policy. I formally object to the Renew Shepherd secondary plan, specifically for 2527 Barbary and my neighbor 579 Shepherd. Key objection: inconsistently with MTSA, the guideline proposed mid-rise limitation contradicts the provincial goals and high-density development near the transit hub. Inconsistently with the precedents, the neighboring proposed property, and some of them they're negotiating between 12 to 50 a story, and this restricts the subject properties, unfairly limits the growth potential. Economic impact: limiting the building heights, reducing the property values, and deter the investors and hinder housing production when we need it most. Parkland designation concern. The designation of the properties 2527 Barbary and 579 Shepherd Avenue East is a proprietary area for new park. It's unreasonable and is risking the expropriation. And we have to talk about that with Ms. Carroll after this. Key concern: this designation undermine the area high density potential and violate property rights. Removing the proprietary area new park designation, since there are 3 existing parks within the area: Kensington Garden Parkette, Reen Park, Kensington Park, in close proximity to the subject land, yet to be utilized. Explore other available public land for park creation, and preserve the heritage park, the area that we have already. You don't have to reduce that. Number 4, we need to align our policies and politics. This proposed plan ignore Ontario dire housing crisis, construct delay, high-rise development requires 7 to 10 years to be complete. Currently, pre-construction sales already is at historic low. Will lead to more shortage in a couple of years ahead. Housing minister seems to be bullish on it and said that he has target for it. He will meet that target and he will remove all obstacles in the way. We'll see. Local policies must align to cut the red tape, provide DC charge discount, incentivize investment, and meet housing demands. This isn't just about today. It's not about creating, it's about creating opportunity for future generation, Gen Zs and beyond, to live, work within the communities we're building now. Do we want to see our children in person or through the FaceTime? Because they can't afford to live close by. I submitted my changes of the land use already, and here's my conclusion. Official plan must prioritize solution to the housing crisis, foster economic growth, and protect property rights. I urge the City of Toronto to reconsider restrictive amendment, support high-density development to align the MTSA guideline, remove the proprietary area for new park designation.
If you
The
could wrap up,
policies we
please.
adopt today will define further future better city. We ensure to create a thriving and sustainable and inclusive Toronto.
All right, thank you very much for
My
your
last
comments.
comment to
Oh, no,
the
that was
council.
your, no, that was your last comment, right?
Yeah, we can talk offline,
Okay.
but the comment
Thank
that you made was not really clear to everybody, and my couple
right,
dozen neighbors here that they're not really comfortable with that.
Okay. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Michael, you must be a local hero. Michael Vanny, Weston Consulting. Online. Michael, can you hear us? Michael?
Hear me?
Michael, can you unmute your mic?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
I think we got you. Okay, there you are. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes. Turn up the volume.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Apologies. There was a challenge in setting the unmute, but thank you, Councillor Pasternak. So through the chair, I just wanted to expand on my client's comments, Mazir Moini and Human Qatari, that discussed 27 Barbary Place and 579 Shepherd Avenue, both located in the southeast quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd. I just want to briefly address you today, in addition to the formal comments that were submitted yesterday by my colleague Kaylee Robbins, to provide a land use planning perspective on the secondary plan from my client's perspective. Although my clients appreciate the efforts of the city to increase density permissions and promote intensification within this area, they do, however, as you've heard, oppose aspects of the proposed secondary plan that will inhibit their ability to develop the lands accordingly. Their property is identified as Canaston Park parkland priority on the long-term parks plan. The complete designation of their lands for park purposes will remove any development potential of their properties. Although we recognize our collective responsibility in providing access to parkland for the growing community, the site is already adjacent to the Canaston Gardens Parkette, Greene Park, and Canaston Park, which collectively provide ample parkland for the already mostly developed southeast quadrant. This is counter the anticipated growth areas in other parts of the secondary plan that appear to provide less access to parkland, but would otherwise benefit from additional park facilities that could also assist in transitioning density between the growing communities and adjacent neighborhoods. My clients do not oppose providing an appropriate share of parkland as part of a formal redevelopment application process through the easterly extension of the Canaston Park Greenway on the south side of Shepherd Avenue. However, a complete designation of the lands for parks purposes is, in our view, inappropriate and will sterilize the redevelopment potential of the properties. As they have noted, they are approximately 95 meters from the nearest Bayview subway station entrance and have frontage along Shepherd Avenue. As opposed to parkland, we are of the opinion that the lands should be permitted to develop to greater heights and densities more in keeping with the proposed policies of the transit station character area, where the greatest heights and densities are proposed and subject to meeting appropriate urban design standards. Further, we feel that the site can accommodate additional development given its proximity to the subway station and in general adherence to already applicable tall buildings and growing up guidelines. The overly prescriptive policy to restrict development to mid-rise buildings only in the Shepherd corridor character area will limit the ability of the area to achieve heights and densities that are appropriate adjacent to the station and reasonably achievable based on the specific site context. In summary, we appreciate staff's efforts on the revised plan and respectfully submit our opposition to the proposed parkland designation and would prefer a balanced approach that would allow for some parkland dedication or POPs on the property in combination with the redevelopment of the site. We request that Community Council refer the secondary plan back to staff for further refinement and consideration to remove the parkland policy priority notation. Thank you. That's the end of my comments.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Why am I glad this is Shepherd East and not Shepherd West? Thank you very much. Natalie Shahaneen? Shahanian? Natalie? Okay. Marion Leck? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning to you all. Since I was a while ago president of Willowdale Central Ratepayers Association, I still get notices of meetings. Since I know some people who live south of Shepherd, that's when I phoned them and told them about the notice of the meeting. They didn't know anything about it. I was lucky to get it, I think. Once upon a time, we were part of a Shepherd Avenue study where we were trying to limit the height of buildings all along Shepherd so that it would not look like Yonge Street with the wind and etc. The other thing I want to comment on is I wonder how on earth anybody figured out where the line at the top and the bottom of this plan started. That's all. 1 minute, 24 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant?
Mr. Chair, I just wonder if you could let Marion know that I know that you were sitting further up with friends, but we have accessibility concerns. We're happy to take you in an elevator so you can get back up to the top of the gallery through the back if you need. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Nancy Uman? Nancy?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. Great. Thanks for joining us. 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of North York Community Council. My name is Nancy Oman, and I have lived for 45 years in the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the renewed Shepherd plan. To the best of my knowledge, consultation for this plan and the MTSAs started at least 5 years ago. The, quote, extensive engagement referenced in city reports certainly did not include our area, a pocket of over 100 homes excluded until recently. For today's meeting, I did not receive notification either. Decades of work by members of my community with the former councillor and planning department has gone into obtaining and retaining the neighborhood designation for our area. At this point in time, several questions come to mind. Why has our neighborhood been excluded from meetings that have a direct impact on our lives? Why does the renewed Shepherd plan have boundaries that penetrate into stable residential neighborhoods? Why is there a disproportionate volume of development in Willowdale and in particular at the Bayview Shepherd node in comparison to other MTSAs? Why has our neighborhood been lumped in with a plan that mostly covers an area outside of our local councillor's ward? I would also ask council members whether or not your quest for intensification in this city intends to continue making neighborhoods casualties of poorly thought out plans. At this intersection, current approvals are in place for a 40-story building, 40 or more stories at the northwest corner, 44 stories at the southwest corner, Bayview Village, rental buildings and condos. In the hopper, 54 stories on the southeast corner with another 42-story south of the already approved 44-story. I would say that you've exceeded your target of 200 residents per hectare for subways by a long shot, not to mention setting an intersection that is already at capacity up for total gridlock. One of the responsibilities under the Planning Act is to ensure orderly development and to provide a full range of housing, including affordable housing. And as for the latter, I think we can all agree that virtually nothing being built is affordable. With respect to a full range of housing, I would argue that keeping the neighborhood designation for our area helps achieve this goal. There are enough opportunities for development within neighborhoods such as ours without tearing them apart. Over 30 years of working with the former councillor and planning to see the old coexist with the new has and continues to evolve in our neighborhood. Our longtime vision is in fact coming to fruition. Council continues to relax the rules to allow for opportunities to intensify within neighborhoods. There's no need for a slash and burn approach. Fourplexes, semis, laneway, and garden suites are permitted as of right. Give our neighborhood the chance to evolve on its own. Approving nothing but concrete slabs also flies in the face of your own mandate to keep softscape at a maximum to control water runoff. The PPS seeks to achieve complete communities with a mix of housing options to accommodate differing households through stages of life. It promotes intensification within built-up areas with a mix of housing options, including detached homes. What better place for this than the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd? There are many examples of subway nodes in the city where intensification is kept where it belongs, on the arterial roads. I am here to ask councillors to take a step back and look at the ramifications of the Renew Shepherd plan on areas that have neighborhood designations. These neighborhoods are not situated on the actual avenue and should not be part of this so-called renewal. You have an opportunity to create a mix of housing at the Bayview Shepherd node as per the PPS. And I encourage you to vote to have our neighborhood designated areas behind Shepherd Avenue, and in particular the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd, retain their neighborhood designations and keep the intensification on the arterial roads. The vision in this plan is yet another example of the inappropriate development across this city. Councillor Burnside supported his community by opposing over-the-top proposals at Winford Drive and Concord Place. Today is a chance for all of you to stand behind what councillors talk about constantly, protecting neighborhoods. Please protect neighborhoods behind the Shepherd corridor by not supporting this plan in its current form. Keep the neighborhood designations as they are, and let changes in these pockets evolve over time to achieve a healthy mix of housing in this city. And one thing I would like to add, earlier I heard the planner in his presentation talk about expropriation. He talked about, which I found rather insulting, that us homeowners can stay in our homes with the current designations. Since when is that part of a planning presentation? And I just throw that out there, and those are my comments, councillors.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Any questions for the deputant? All right, thank you very much, Nancy. Robin Temkin. Robin Temkin. After this, it's two.
Yeah, can you hear me now? This is Robin.
Ms. Temkin, yes, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have lived in this neighborhood for 20 years. I live at Bayview Mews. And so I'm just going to speak from my own experience as somebody who is experiencing construction right now. I live in an old building. When they're drilling, there are times where my building actually shakes and I am not facing the street. So I was really shocked that this would be done right near a school. The school is 10 years older. So anytime there's going to be construction, there's going to be a major impact on the students. You probably have to move the students. And there's also be the concern of a privacy of these buildings looking right into the school as well. So that would be the thing, is that I was actually really shocked to see, and I am a former teacher, that this particular construction was going to happen right at a school, and the impact of noise and pollution and all the other things and mental health on the children. So that would be the first point. The second point would be about affordable housing. So when I wrote in my email, I said there was just a drop of bucket of affordable housing in the whole 2901 Bayview project. And then I looked in the document and it showed that only 40 units, they could circumvent the 20% requirement. And so the affordable housing that's being built in 2901 is about maybe 3%, 2% of the entire units. And then we should speak about affordable housing to renters. I'm a renter, and as buildings get older, buildings have to go through renovations. And the current mode of doing this is to pass the cost on to the tenants with AGIs. So our rents have gone up 30%, 40% in the last 10 years. And that is a very well-known fact. So if you're going to build additional units, and they are only going to be affordable by people who can purchase $1 million of a condo, that is not affordable housing. And if companies can circumvent that piece of the 20% requirement, then it's not affordable housing. And then I will come to my particular building. It's been designated as a green character area. Sorry, I'm just reading here. And it says here in 3.7.1, these areas may change over time. So that means that my particular building, which is on prime real estate, is just going to be prime to become a mixed zone over time with that wording. So I'm asking that wording gets taken out. We have really important trees. It's an amazing place. We have beautiful trees. We have a beautiful walkway in the back. And what I've seen across the road is that those beautiful trees were knocked down in a couple hours. They were just like razed, the whole place. So how are you going to protect the green zone that we currently have if you have the wording, these areas may change over time? I don't want to live at a Yonge and Eglinton place. I chose not to live around where there's just tons of condos on Reens. I chose to live in a green space. And I'm asking that your plan try to protect that. And lastly, I do have a question about, there's a green circle right on the property that I live at. And it's where we have our pool. We are a community. This particular pool is vital to the tenants. It's the only place where we actually get to meet new neighbors, welcome them, socialize with other people. We don't have access to socialize in other spots the same way as in the summertime. And it's a wellness area. So I don't understand the green circle. What's it going to become? We also have a lovely garbage area at that green circle. We have two parks. There are going to be two parks, one right across the street on either side. And so I don't understand the green circle. So if you can just answer that for me. Thank you very much for listening to me. And
all right.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant?
Oh, sorry. The last thing I would ask, I'd reiterate that 6-month delay because I just found out about this meeting via word of mouth.
Well, okay. Word of mouth is one of our most effective modes of communication. Thank you very much for your comments. Barb Garbins?
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Garbins. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Barb Garbins, and I live on Granley Road, located in the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd, specifically in Ward 18 in the Avondale catchment. I've lived in this small, quiet community for 40 years, raised a family, and was hoping to age in place. I want to paint a picture for you of what we as a community, in cooperation with City Council and developers alike, have accomplished in the past. In 2004 and 2014, 2 separate developments in our neighborhood were planned and built. Prior to breaking ground, the developers worked with a group of residents who provided feedback. The projects were successfully completed and were in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, which was designated as stable residential, a designation that applied to our area for decades. Our neighborhood has also had its challenges. In the early 2000s, there was a concerted effort by a developer and a realtor to assemble our homes. In true blockbusting fashion, by parties only interested in making a profit, these people tried to pit us against each other, making it very uncomfortable for many. We learned from this experience. Today, our community has a strong network established. We work together to inform the community of information as it becomes available. In this way, each resident can plan according to their own situation. The only gap in this is communication from the city. It may surprise you to know that our community didn't know about this meeting until last Wednesday. Until last spring, we also didn't know that our neighborhood, specifically, which is part of Ward 18, was included in the Ward 17 plans for densification. That changed sometime during COVID without any communication to the residents. Two major concerns of ours are traffic and the increased congestion that it will create, and the inadequacy of infrastructure to support such densification, specifically sewage and storm drainage. The study proposes 9 new towers be erected around the Bayview-Shepherd intersection. The buildings will have limited parking spaces, both for residents and visitors, but the volume of traffic will increase. Visitors, deliveries, rideshare services will undoubtedly park on neighboring residential streets, streets that are currently frequented by children to play and pedestrians out for a walk. I have yet to see a recent traffic study analyzing the impact of this new construction, nor a study on the impact of increased traffic in my neighborhood, since direct access to one of the proposed skyscrapers on Bayview will be from Irvington Avenue, a quiet street located in our residential neighborhood. There's significant concern that the increased demand on sanitary and storm sewers cannot be handled by the existing infrastructure. The strip of land along Bayview Avenue between Shepherd and the 401 West ramp, which is slated for 2 towers, each in excess of 40 stories, is at a higher elevation than the neighborhood located directly behind. This means that drainage will be directed into our community, and as witnessed by recent heavy rainfall during the summer, flooding may occur. Our sewers are old, and thus capacity could be an issue. A previous application for a 7-story building on Bayview at the 401 West ramp was stalled because of drainage problems. This location is now the target of a 42-story building. Our small community will be significantly affected by the proposals of the Renew Shepherd study, which may in fact lead to the complete elimination of our community if the plan unfolds as proposed. Although I speak for my community alone, I have been in touch with others along the Shepherd corridor. They too feel that more direct discussion between the city and residents is needed, such that each community will be fully aware of the impact should the proposals in the study become a reality. I'm therefore asking for a deferment to the approval of the study, since our neighborhood was specifically left out of communications at critical points in the process. Further, if the city engages directly with the associations and networks in the neighborhoods affected by the study, working groups within each neighborhood can be constituted specifically for purposes of addressing these concerns. I believe that satisfactory solutions can be explored if both city staff and residents can work face-to-face on this transformative project. I'd also like to say that democracy dies in the dark. We were not informed, and I can't see how the democratic process can properly unfold if the residents are really not informed until the last minute. The last thing I'd like to say—
If you could wrap up, please.
—is with regard to Mr. Tovey's presentation. I find it highly insulting that someone will tell me I have to have permission if I want to remain in my area. Nobody is my overlord. I own my property. I've worked for a long time, and I've paid for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madhu Singh. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk to all of you. My husband also wanted to talk to you, all of you, but he said it's worthless to talk to you. It's wasting of time. And see, his name is there, and he said last minute, no, I'm not going there. You go and you waste your time. This is what we are feeling right now. just to give my feeling right from the beginning, because the last part people get cut off. So I want to tell my feeling right from the beginning, how we feel in the neighborhood. I'm from Ward 17, and I live at 27 Den Rock Drive. And again, I talk to Sherry Carroll. In the meetings, I approach her. I look like a bad woman, telling, like, this is bad, that's bad, that's bad. It's not like me. Okay, not like me, but I'm being provoked to act like that because my rights are being stolen. Nobody consults me. This tiny little thing came in my mailbox 10 p.m. yesterday. My neighbor rings my doorbell. Do you know there is a meeting? There is a meeting tomorrow, and the guy can't even speak English, and we are communicating and back and forth. I'm trying to understand what he is saying. Then he shows me this kind of thing, and I'm seeing that this is happening to my property. Zoning is being changed, and I'm not being informed. So if I'm a little bitter, I apologize. I really do apologize that this is not me. Okay. Now, there was this nursery that was demolished, and they built the townhouses, and they overbuilt them, and they are parking in front of my place. And last meeting I was there, said, please, in the whole city, in the whole neighborhood, my house has got this sign, 1 hour parking, and come on. People are parking. I'm not an evil person to call 311. People are telling me, call 311. They park there and they're gone for the day. Okay? So it's not the way to call on people 311. So this is what is going to happen to the rest of the people. So my property is being zoned for multi-story. And the developers and the real estate agents are coming to my house and threatening me that if you don't sell it, I'm getting written offers on my property, and I'm serious about it. I have it here with me. They are saying that you don't sell it, then your neighbor left and right will sell it, and on Aroostook, right, it will be high-rise buildings and multi-story buildings on my left and right, and I'm going to be living like in a well. And believe me, when I bought my house, 27 Den Rock Drive, it was as hard as somebody rich person to buy a house on Bridle Path. And this is my bridle path. Okay, I live on my bridle path. 27 Den Rock Drive is my bridle path. Who are these people to make multi-stories right next to us and destroying? I'm a very simple person, okay? I live simply, and I want to be left alone living simply. I know somebody will say, nobody could take your property. I heard so many times. I'm not deaf. I'm listening every single person and coming, oh, roads cannot go without your permit. But what happens? Both of them sell it. I will be living in a well, 10-story building right next to me. Okay, now, this is right. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional, so sometimes I talk rude, but I'm telling you the truth. Like, and I would like to know this brown pockets. It says 4 to 10 buildings. How many? 4 to 10 story buildings. How many story buildings are allowed on Aroostook? And I see some people over here begging to make their land as a commercial use, and they are being denied. And here we are trying to live in peace. So I'm not taking anybody's side. So please allow them and leave us alone. Come on, we are living on a bridle path. Let us live on bridle path. This is my neighborhood. This is Bayview Village. I'm member of Bayview Village Association. they don't even inform me. I don't know, maybe I speak too much.
All right,
and
if
I-
you could, yeah,
Yes,
if you could
I
just wrap
have,
up.
that's why
I
I
know it's a
wrapped up
very
right from the beginning, that I don't need to be any extension. And if Shelley Carroll will have any time at all to talk to me, she could do that. Anybody else has anything to say? Fine, I'm done.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? I actually have a couple. These people who are coming to your door to try and pressure you into selling, are they real estate agents or developers, or who are they?
They are real estate agents, not from today. For last so many years, real estate agents are coming ever since they sold the Sheridan nursery. They are coming from that time, and they keep on and on, but I neglected them. I know my rights. I'm a Canadian, I know my rights, but now since the zoning has changed, now I'm getting threats that the next to me, it will be high-rise building. What do I do now? Because they are given the rights.
Yeah, so it is against the code of conduct and the code of ethics of the Real Estate Association for them to behave in this way. So you can warn them that they can be reported and investigated if they're using high pressure or strong arm tactics to try and force you to sell.
Sir, these are the rules and regulations. They are written for writing, but the things are there. You are in the council. You are the one who is approving high-rise building over there. You are the one allowing them to come to me. Otherwise, I have to kick them out 10, 12 years ago that no, my house is not for sale.
All right, that was my. I just wanted these real estate agents off your case, so that was my advice. Good luck. Okay, just some housekeeping. I think the consensus is that we're going to shorten our lunch hour to 30 minutes. Is that so? If we're good. Oh, there's the motion. Okay, so we're going to break from 12:30 to 1. Is that? This is done. So deputations are done, and we can start moving questions to staff if you want.
Sorry, it's just there's so many people assembled. When we were taking that little poll, I thought you meant from 1 to 1:30 so that we could try and get this done. These people have been here all morning.
Do you want to?
And then lunch from 1 to 1:30?
It's fine with me. I was just going on the consensus of
Sorry,
what I
I
received.
misunderstood.
Okay.
I was voting uninformed.
Okay. You were probably pressured by hungry people. Okay, so the motion's been amended to break at 1. Okay, we'll extend to the.
A break of half an hour when item number 11 is completed.
Okay.
That's my motion.
So okay, and then we'll take a 30-minute break when that is done. Okay.
Appreciate
so,
that, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Mr. Clerk, did you get that change? Okay, we're going to put it on the screen. So just for the general public on what we've just decided, normally we would take a break at 12:30. We don't want to keep this large crowd waiting any longer on this item. So what we've decided is we're going to finish this item, the Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan, and then we'll take a break. So it's on the screen. Okay. Well, it's sort of contradictory. Okay, we're moving to complete the item, and then we'll break. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so deputations are complete. For members of the general public, the opportunity to speak is complete. There were 2 that were missed, Darshan Shroff and Natalie Shahinian. If they're available, they could speak now. If not, we're going to move on to the next stage of this debate. All right, questions of staff, Councillor Carroll.
Okay, I'll go first. So I guess the overarching question to planning staff. We heard a lot of comments were about the plan being too general. So I'm wondering if you can talk about what a secondary plan is. People are used to seeing development applications, and in a development application, you got to get down to very precise language about what will happen on this street, that sidewalk, et cetera, et cetera. What happens when we move to a secondary plan? What's the difference there in language?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carroll. My name is David Sid. I'm the Director of Community Planning for North York. Today with me is a large number of team members that are here that have worked on this study. So I will direct some of those questions, depending on what they are, to the appropriate team members. But just to answer your question, the secondary plan essentially builds upon the official plan. It's usually one layer down from the official plan, which actually offers a greater level of specificity in terms of official plan policies. So you'll see that in this document where we are providing a lot more policies in terms of what we mean by development that's going to happen within these mixed-use areas. And you can see the level of specificity where we've broken it down into various character areas. And with that, we are putting in place a number of performance standards that will guide that development. So more specificity than the official plan. But then I will also say that, and I know some of the speakers today we're talking about zoning, and zoning is an even finer grain of detail. We are not bringing forward a zoning bylaw at this point in time. This is the official plan. There will be still a number of steps that will have to happen before an actual development happens. So some of the questions about buildings being right next to the school and windows being blocked, those are not being dealt with through this document. If there is a planning application that comes forward, this document will help to guide those planning documents, but the actual development application is not before us today.
Right, right. So those types of things would be addressed site by site by site.
Correct, and there's also a site plan process as well.
So, but you know, while it's more specific than the official plan, a lot of the comments were about its lack of specificity in places, like for instance, the most common one was, it says bikeway. What's a bikeway? Why is the secondary plan not specific? What happens if we came back to you and said, Hawkesbury should have a bikeway? Does it just automatically happen because it's in the secondary plan, or what has to happen?
So with a lot of the things that are identified in this plan, they are visionary in terms of what we want to achieve. This plan is a 30-year plan, so it's not going to happen overnight. But what it is intended to do is to provide that guidance. So where we have identified potential new roads, park priority areas, bikeways, those are things that will have to come when a development actually advances, a development application advances. And we can use this as a tool to provide guidance in terms of that. So to answer your question about the bikeways, these are things that are identified on the plan. Obviously, they have to go through a process of detailed design and also, more importantly, the funding of these bike lanes. So there is a process that will have to unfold after this in terms of actually legitimizing and establishing these things that we are planning for.
Right. So you're actually past 5 minutes. If it's the will of the committee, we could do a second round, but
yeah. So I'll have my colleague will ask.
So let's pass it on to another councillor.
She may cover some of mine.
We can, yes, that's right. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the speaker, I would just like to better understand MTSAs, because this is a huge piece of, and maybe we could say the big shadow in the sky that we're all operating under. And I think for some residents are really struggling, this 500 to 800 meter radius around higher order transit. But while the city has something about MTSAs, the province actually has not stamped off on them, because doing so would then open us up for inclusionary zoning. So my question is, you know, why are we approving 40-story, 50-story towers in the absence of inclusionary zoning? Why are we not pressuring the province to actually stamp off on MTSAs? Because now a lot of residents are angry that we're pushing for density around a provincial policy that they actually even haven't approved.
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Probably multiple questions there. Let me first start off with the MTSA obviously is something that the province has required us to identify in our official plan. That's number one. They also assign minimum density targets to these various MTSAs and PMTSAs. The city has brought forward its official plan, multiple official plan amendments to actually identify these things. And as you said, they're with the province for approval. Having said that, the reality is that the will of council has been to adopt it. We've adopted it with certain boundaries. We've adopted it with certain densities, minimum densities.
Didn't we adopt it because we wanted inclusionary zoning to be included in it? So why is it a piecemeal adoption? So we're saying, well, we'll force the density to happen, but even though the province is still hovering, and it's been 2 years now, I think, that it's not been approved at the provincial level.
So we would have been mandated to adopt it with or without the inclusionary zoning, because the inclusionary zoning only applies to what we call PMTSAs, but the MTSAs across the entire city are still valid.
So I'm just wondering, in terms of timing for my residents in Ward 18, was the original secondary plan in 2019, did it include the residents that many of whom came to Depute on the southwest corner of Bayview and Shepherd, or were they added later on during COVID?
Through you, Chair. At the start of the requests from City Council back in 2018, the original request directed of City Planning staff did not include east of Bayview. It was later in 2022 when, due to provincial policy legislation and direction from policy, requested that the city delineate MTSA areas. And at that time, that was when City Council's direction to City Planning widened the scope of review as well as the area to match the City Council approved MTSA delineation areas.
So this happened in 2022?
Correct.
And why is it that many of my residents didn't know about this until around May, when I became aware of it and then did targeted hand-delivered flyers and requested a consultation? It feels like for many of the residents in Ward 18 that they have not been included. We recognize that a large percentage of this secondary plan is Ward 17. And they have had a 3-year journey, at least 3 to 5 years. But on my side of this plan, many residents have actually only had 6 months to chew on this. So why would that communication and engagement gap have occurred, or have you noticed that a gap happened?
Through you, Chair. We did recognize that there was concerns from Ward 18 residents. We had been hearing from them in our consultation meetings. And as you are aware, there were changes to the study team. And as soon as our team had taken over, we had consulted with Councillor's office to devise a notification area, and our mail-outs were in accordance to those mail-out areas.
So actually, some of the residents say they didn't even get a mail-out for today's meeting. Was there, did that happen?
I fail to see the merit of debating
Well, it's
the
just about
communication.
the effectiveness of the engagement, because what I'm going to be moving is a carve-out deferral, and my reasoning is that my residents did not have the notification. Even for today's meeting, they didn't get something in their mailbox. So I just wanted to clarify if they
yes.
found out that happened, because I did ask staff.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Just do remind people that there is currently a Canada Post strike.
No, but it was prior to the strike that this was mailed out. Yeah.
So thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm going to try to answer it, and perhaps clerks may want to weigh in as well. But I think in terms of the notice, the mail-out notice, because of how we have previously run our various community meetings, there is usually a sign-up list for what we call interested parties. And when the people have indicated that they are an interested party, they will receive a letter about this statutory public meeting. Obviously, because of the postal strike, we were trying to get the newspaper notice out the door in the Toronto Star, and we did also manage to do that. So there was also the newspaper notice that went out together with the mail out to the interested parties. If you were not an interested party, then you wouldn't have got it this time around.
I'll have to ask my residents. So I'm going to pass the baton back and ask for a second round.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I have to turn it on. Thank you. Through the chair, my question for staff is kind of a general one. Just, if in the absence of this secondary plan, what happens should a development application come for 55 stories or 60 stories?
Thank you for the question,
Just
Councillor.
on the, in a near a transit area, I guess my question would be, let's say along Shepherd, just east or west of Bayview.
Yeah. So I would say it's a very good question, and I would say all of you councillors are probably experiencing that in your various wards, that very thing. What I would say is, of course, this secondary plan is trying to be proactive in terms of what we're trying to plan for over the next 30 years. If we do nothing, if we sit here and do nothing, then those development applications will still come, and they will still come, and they will not have some of the things that we are trying to build into this plan in terms of separation distances from buildings, in terms of bigger public realm moves, the bike lanes, all that stuff will not be there. So to answer your question, is the do-nothing approach means we are going to be reactive, and we will not have the policy backing to support us when we have to deal with each of these applications on their own. And, Councillor Cole knows this very well. In his Marley area, this is what we are facing. Just today, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Any other questions for staff? There has been a request for a second round. So, Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Cheng.
Yeah, it's just a quick one, and it's along the same lines of that issue of some things are general. In terms of things, because this is a secondary plan, you have set aside institutional character area, but you wouldn't in a secondary plan put in, and therefore the hospital must be extended by X units, the school must be extended by X number of pupils. Am I right about that? That's why there's a character area for institutions, but not the facts I was able to provide earlier.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that's exactly correct. At a secondary plan level, we would not get into that level of prescription. It would be at the zoning bylaw where we would actually get into number of units, the mix of units, parking spaces, things like that.
Sorry. And lastly, just in advance of my moving it as a motion, you've heard today there's a real concern about the connection that staff are proposing by allowing for a later on mid-block connection that would sort of take Luxon Court and extend it right through, so that Elkhorn would go right through and flow to Aroostook, more or less. If I remove that today, if I delete that recommendation today, I know you've been notified that that's my intention to do. I'm not really altering the map that much, am I? I'm maintaining that I have a transition area in the map here that goes to Arrows, so it goes to Elkhorn. I'm not putting the kibosh on too much in the map, but you can tell that is a big source of angst for people. Is there any problem with my deleting that recommendation? You still have the map more or less. Am I right about that?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to have my colleague Marlon start, and I can certainly add.
Start? Okay, now you're worrying me.
Yeah, so Marlon, transportation planner with North York. This proposed connection would be a new street. It is to provide larger block structure, access. It follows the delineation of the land use designation changes, and that is part and parcel of the plan. So all of these things were developed kind of in step. We are not looking to expropriate property. This is part of a secondary plan. It's high-level policy. So what this allows us to do is to kind of provide a framework for if and when development occurs, to allow for connectivity, streets, access to be developed and provided in a coordinated fashion.
So to be super clear, I can move that motion today, but what I am not able to guarantee, provincial policy is still such that while I am removing that road connection right now, if a developer was to acquire every house in the south half of Whitaker Crescent and came in with an application saying, I want to develop this, I'm going to put in a whole complex of townhouses because it's a transition area, and I want to connect this road for you. I've got all of the houses on Lexington and all of the houses on Whitaker. You would still, at that point, you would have to say, well, you can't do that unless you put in a road. Even if it isn't in the secondary plan, that's a thing that could happen 20 years from now, and you would have to somehow rationalize the transportation, would you not?
So through the chair, I would agree with that, Councillor. With or without it on the plan, when we evaluate the application, we will have to take into consideration if there are any other additional public realm moves that are needed. Obviously, having it in the official plan helps with that conversation. But we could still have that conversation nonetheless. It just will be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and a bonus minute there. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I would like to ask about the traffic at Bayview and Shepherd. So it's already a nightmare. Most people try to avoid that intersection. Now we're going to add more density, and people like to think of us as downtown because we have subway stations, but we don't have the same level of transit support. In the Shepherd line, we don't have the north-south, and in the Yonge line, we don't have the east-west, same as downtown. So I just wonder, as we look at the secondary plan, what is the fix to, because traffic, as you know, is a high priority for many residents, and Shepherd and Bayview is already a nightmare. So adding all of this, how do we prevent it from becoming complete gridlock, which it already is on many hours of the day?
Through you, Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
The plan encourages a block and street network that is designed to overcome some of the constraints and along that intersection. The front-facing lots are shallow and sometimes require one or two access points on Shepherd as well as Bayview, which adds to the congestion. And the block and street network would help improve some of the access to be relieved from that intersection into other areas. And so that's what I wanted to speak to, and if I could send it over to transportation staff.
Through the chair, Luigi Nicolucci, Transportation Review. So as just mentioned, the plan is to try and have a vision, if you will, to try and alleviate some of those concerns. But in a more finer grain detail, we can't forget that when an individual development application comes in, that development application will be responsible for submitting a traffic impact study, which will have a more
But those
detailed
impacts, I'm sorry, with all due respect, but those traffic impact studies are never cumulative. They are always isolated because you can't project what future developers are going to do, and it doesn't always feel like it connects to the lived experience of people sitting in gridlock.
Through the chair, that is not entirely correct. Those traffic impact studies are not totally cumulative or isolated, if you will. They do take into account any developments in the area that are planned, approved, or under construction. They may not take into account any future development activity that is a soft site, so to speak. But those
when
studies
you're
can-
changing land use designation, you have a lot of soft site because the whole thing is changing. So in fact, it's very hard to have a cumulative impact study based on the information that we have.
Well, again, you have to understand through the chair, you have to understand the objective of a traffic impact study. When those future developments come in, then there's your cumulative effect because
But
they are
there's,
taking.
I guess I'm just not hearing a fix. And it's okay, we can move on.
Through the chair, I'd just
Yeah.
like to add a few extra comments. So in speaking to the secondary plan, in the policies that we've crafted, they are in step with the plan that we have had developed by our consultant, which gave us high-level policy direction to provide and craft policies that can help minimize the effects of traffic congestion. So some of the things that we've brought in is a number of different strategies, from transit strategies, active transportation strategies, and overall traffic mitigation strategies. And we have baked all of this into the work that we've done. And
The truth is, our neighborhoods are not that transit friendly. You still need to drive to go to hockey practice, to access the many amenities. We just don't have the transit system that they have downtown. But I'm going to move on because I'm going to run out of time. And I wanted to go back to what Councillor Chernos-Lynn mentioned and asked. So what are the risks of deferring a portion of the plan? What could a developer do? And does this proposal, even if it's deferred, a portion of it, still have a mitigating impact on developments that are submitted? Is it a raging fire that it will be a nightmare if we defer for a few months? Or would this proposal, even if it's not passed, still have a mitigating factor on whatever is brought to the application process?
So through the chair, if this southwest quadrant were to be deferred, we would defer back to what the existing secondary plan is. So that would be part of the guidance. But I think also to be realistic with you is that does not prevent anybody from submitting an application to amend the official plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's again, what I said earlier, being proactive versus reactive. We will be reacting if applications start coming in this area, and we will have to evaluate them when they come in.
But does this secondary plan proposal not still mitigate what is put forth in a way, because you have it on the plan and it's deferred, it's not permanently canceled, so they're not going to say, well, we want 100 stories because nothing is here to limit us?
I think what the argument will be, Councillor, quite frankly, will be we see what the land use map is. It shows it as yellow, but we're also in an MTSA. And because I'm in an MTSA, the vision of the province is that more growth is supported here. That's what we're...
All right, Councillor Chang, we're over 6
Yep,
minutes and
yep.
we're on
Thank you
our
for the
second
bonus
round.
minute. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are other questions for staff, I think we should go to speakers. Councillor Chang, I understand you have some motions, so why don't we go to you first?
We have a motion party here. The first one is about an exploration of transit access for the southwest corner of Bayview and Shepherd. So I just have to wait for it to come on the screen. So it's just for city to work with TTC to see if we can integrate subway access, because if we're proposing density should not be forced to cross a very intense street to get to the subway. My second motion is to defer the southwest quadrant of Bayview and Shepherd, and have further consultation with and including an exploration of the feasibility of maintaining the neighborhood designation. And the third one is in the event if my previous motion does not carry, that consultation is held with residents prior to council about adding parkland and designated non-residential use to be brought to council December 17th, 18th, and 19th. So we heard a lot of residents come out today from my ward, and this is about democracy. People, have given up on voting and participating. We see that across our country. And when we do not effectively engage our community, they start to feel hopeless. They start to feel like their voices don't matter. And that can't be the direction of how we change our city, how we grow our city. We know there's significant pressures that are ahead of us with provincial policies, but I always say at council and on many motions that I move, the journey is just as important as the destination. So we know we will need to land on increased density, but how we get there, how we listen to our community is a very important part of how we land there. What will the shape of this corner of Willowdale, of Toronto look like? And so, there will be a risk, as Councillor Carroll and staff have said, and I'm hoping that the plan that we're deferring for this window of time will offer a mitigating factor to the developers so that we can work with the community on a plan that they can feel comfortable with. Now, will it mean that they can turn off the density coming to their corner? Likely not. I'll be honest. I don't think with the provincial policies that we're under that we could say it will be a total neighborhood, although in my motion there is an exploration of the feasibility of that. But we are a creature of the province, and we have to operate under their, and the province puts so much financial investment in higher order transit. They want to maximize that. But in general, like we talk about this housing crisis as the main thing, but Toronto is contributing so much housing, and Willowdale has done so much heavy lifting in the area of adding density. And, it does concern me. The city of Toronto grew by 135,000 people last year. That's the size of a ward. And did we add a city councillor? No, we did not. So our democracy is, as our city grows, our democracy is being eroded. Your level of representation is continuing to erode as our city grows. And we have Earl Hague, which is, from what I hear, almost 200% over capacity. We have all the Hollywood and Avondale students are being bused to William Lyon Mackenzie, which is quite far. And there's no plan for a new high school or middle school on the horizon. So we keep being forced to add more density, but we really need to work with our province to ensure the infrastructure to support growth is there. And I just don't see that, especially with the loss of Section 37. We can't fund the daycares, the community spaces, the recreation centers that are needed to support this growth. Our funding tools now are limited to 4% of land value. It's so little, and we cannot achieve a livable city in the direction that we're going in. So I hope my councillors will support me in supporting my residents. This is just a window for us to keep working on this so that the 6 months that they had is extended a little further, and we can be connected back to the plan next year.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cheng. So the motions are circulated. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. I do have some motions. I'm going to put in the interest of time for my 5 minutes, I'm going to sort of consider them read. This one is simply, this clarifies the zoning along the west side of Edinot and Washtenaw Lane to account for the inclusion of a school with some housing on top. That's already on the way for the Catholic school board, but this is the public school board site. There's another one that is really staff's improvements on some of their language. Yes, this one, both 1 and 2 are staff improvements on some of their language. They don't substantially change anything. They're just clarifying some wording around pathways and making sure that mid-block connections are landscaped. And then last but not least, the one causing the controversy, this deletes the connection contemplated between Whitaker and Luxton Court. That's the one that you heard so many deputants speaking to, that would create the continuous road. So those are my 3 motions. So Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask clerks if they did get it. I want to flash back for a second to get people just a level set by looking at the old map. If we can enlarge this, this is the secondary plan map as it has existed since 1999. I am really grateful for the document that so many worked on for Bayview Village. I really think it is a reference document that staff can use in all the future things like site plan and the zoning, et cetera. You know, you can consider yourself having a real full body of input already as you walk into those. But if you look at this plan, you'll note the perforated lines. Those are the circles around the transit station. So they're give or take about 500 meters on the major ones and a slightly smaller circle afforded to Bessarion. So people talk about, have we adhered with the secondary plan thus far? By and large, yes. If you look at those shaded areas, those are the developments in the main. There have been some added. If our overhead projector was still working, I was going to show you. I drew in any that have happened since this map in 2015, and by and large, the intensification has happened inside those concentric circles. In June of 2018. The current government was elected, and they said in their plan that they wanted to build more subways in the city, and wherever there was a subway station, they were going to intensify. They campaigned on that. They ran on it. But you already knew about these circles back in 1999. If you live inside one of those circles and you have lived there for 40 years, you've lived inside that circle the whole time. The whole time. And those circles are the old form of transit intensification zone. Now, the new government, having campaigned on that, the councillor who was the councillor here at the time, Ward 17, was Councillor Shiner. And he knew, every subway station, that could be a problem for us. He moved a motion asking that in 2018, he moved it in his last council session before retiring, that we needed a review of the policies in the secondary plan for this area. He said review of the policies because if he had said launch a review right now, that would be a flag to the development industry that, they're changing the map. I got to get in there. If I own any property, I got to get as aggressive as hell and get my application in fast. Because who knows? They're probably going to dial down the density wherever they can. But so he said, just review the policies. What staff discovered in reviewing those policies from the 2019 meeting that, actually it was early 2020 when they had a gymnasium meeting in Elkhorn School. We were showing people an application at 680 Shepherd on the north side of the street. And he said, and we're reviewing the policies, so we'd like to show you the whole area and give us some feedback. And lots of people did show up, despite the fact that 2 weeks later we were in lockdown. Lots of people showed up that night. And in reviewing that, they realized, here we are, we're looking at an application at 680 Shepherd we never thought we'd see. What what was contemplated is already happening. Just on the first two planning amendments to the provincial policy statement, we're already looking at a problem here. We're already moving outside the concentric circle. We really do need to do a full secondary subway plan review, and that's when they embarked on it. And since then, every application has demonstrated the need to do it. So, but in terms of do they adhere to secondary plans? In the main, yes. And what we are doing here today with the new map, what this map is saying to the province, and I say we, meaning everyone in this room, because you have a chance to make this statement to the province along with planning staff. What we are saying is we hear you on the idea that we should intensify 800 meters around every subway station, which would extend well beyond the boundaries. Take all of those circles and then branch them out till they're well beyond the boundaries of the secondary plan.
You could
sorry, this is
wrap.
If I can just have just a little extra time, this is so important. What this map says is we hear you, but we need to protect our neighborhoods. I know you don't feel like you're being protected right now, but what we're saying is we agree, we'll build housing for you. We will intensify for you around the transit station areas, but we need mid-rise connections. And then we need transition character areas. We need green character areas. Please allow me to speak right now because we all listen to you. We need to protect. And so this proposal actually tries to mitigate and shrink some of that aggressive provincial policy that says just intensify 800 meters around every subway station. It actually tries to control that. And so today, if we were to say we're not going to approve it, what you're saying to development is this is the map we're headed towards, so it's open season, better get in right now. Goodbye to that church, goodbye to that transition area. It all just became high rise because I'm in a hurry. And that's a risk to my residents that I am not prepared to subject you to.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole?
Yes. I just want to put a bit of perspective on this. The problem is that everybody has bought into this housing crisis frenzy. And they all believe that you're going to solve the housing crisis in Toronto by building 500 square foot condos in the sky that cost $600,000. That's what they all believe. That's all that's being built here. They're boxes. And that's connected to the other fallacy everybody's bought into. If there's a transit station, you have to build all these boxes in the sky. And that's what clearly the provincial government has said. We're building transit stations, but remember, when you say yes to the transit station, you're saying yes to the hyperdensity, as Councillor Carroll said, around 800 meters of every transit station. So we've got a gold rush taking place in Toronto, in Oakville, all across the province because of these rules. You get a transit station, you get hyper development. Sky's the limit, literally. No matter where, as long as there's a transit station, they can build what they want. 50, 60, 70, 80 stories if you're within 800 meters. So like the transit station is like a Trojan horse for development speculation. We all believe in transit intensification, yes, but not to this extreme level that the province has allowed. And so we are trying here with our staff and the secondary plan to say, hey, there's got to be some limits to all this development around transit station. There's got to be some kind of plan. So with the limited tools cities have now, they're trying to at least mitigate this gold rush. They're trying to put in some rules. But even if we don't put in these rules, the applications keep coming. Nothing stops. I have Yonge and Eglinton. You want to come and see Yonge and Shepherd doubled? Come to Eglinton, where we have 55 60-story buildings on 40-foot lots being proposed. So this secondary plan doesn't guarantee these applications won't come in, because there's this gold rush. They're going to be knocking at your doors if you have a house, because they can monetize your house. They don't care about the long term, but they are been given clear direction from the province. As Councillor Carroll said, this is what the Conservative government ran on 2 times, and they got big majorities. They said, we're going to build transit and we're going to build housing. But what kind of transit? What kind of housing? And this is what you're getting all across the city. You know, you've got 70 existing stations in Toronto. All just people knocking on doors, buying up houses, building. On the existing 70, then there's another 70 coming. All across the city. The Finch West LRT, the never to be finished Eglinton LRT, all these, there's a mad frenzy. The only thing that's calmed the frenzy down is the financial markets and the cost of mortgages and everything, so they can't build as fast as they were, let's say, 2 years ago. But they are planning to build everywhere. If you're within 800 meters of any transit station, watch out. So at least here we're trying to put in some city guidelines in place that are not perfect by any means. And we can argue this secondary plan for years to come. You're not going to stop the province. And the main final decision maker in all this is not the city, not North York. It's something called your Ontario Land Tribunal. That's who decides everything. So even if the city says no, and you say no, it doesn't fit the secondary plan, they don't care. They go to the Land Tribunal, pay their money, get the rubber stamp. So I just wonder, how many here have ever talked to their MPP about the Ontario Land Tribunal? How many have talked to their MPPs about these new provincial mandates of 800 meters? If you don't talk to them, you're not
Councillor Cole,
going to be able to stop it.
we're just at 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this item? I would, but I think it would just be a repeat what's already been said. And maybe I'll speak at council. Okay, so we have a series of motions to vote on. If we could put them on the screen. There we go. Councillor Cheng says first, City Council, well, I'm not going to read it. Councillor Cheng, you moved your motions when you spoke. Okay, so this is on the screen. All those in favor? Okay, let's put it up again. Okay. If we could leave it on the screen just a little longer. Okay, the next motion on the screen, please. Okay, we're putting this back on. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, that is carried. The next motion on the screen, please. All right, some detail here, very granular. Okay, all those in favor? And whether you want a recorded vote or we're good to go? Okay, all those in favor? Oh, I didn't see very hands go up. Okay, so, well, no, we'll have to do a recorded vote because, okay. I mean, okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, that loses. Okay, so next motion is on the screen. This is still Councillor Cheng's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, these are Councillor Carroll's motions. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next one. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. So those are all the motions, and the item is amended. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? Is that 2 opposed? We didn't do recorded. That's 1 opposed. Okay. All right. That item carries as amended. Remember, members of the public, that this goes to City Council. So it is. That's the next step. I'm also willing to bet there will be appeals on it. So this is a long process. Yeah. Oh yes. Okay. So. Okay, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break.
So after the lunch, we. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to resume the meeting. There's one new item, another additional item to introduce. If we could put that on the screen, that is an item for Ward 6. It is correcting it was correcting an error, I guess, that was made a number of years ago where it wasn't really an error, it was 3 streets that were unassumed when we did permit parking for Stanley Greene, and we're going back and trying to correct. Yeah, so it's Stanley Greene. It's a long story on why they have permit parking, but there were, I believe, these were unassumed roads when we did the first tranche of permit parking. So I need a motion to introduce. All those in favor? And I can move the item if it's the will of committee. I don't have to speak on it. It's a technical amendment. Okay, all those in favor? Yes. Yes, it's, yes, no, do stay for the afternoon. So, yes, all those in favor, it's a technical amendment to permit parking. Opposed, that is carried. Okay, so we have one more statutory item, a timed item. It's 131 Lyon Court and a series of addresses on Roselawn. And we have 2 speakers. We have Leah Tyso? Leah Tyso? Great. Thanks for joining us. Your 5 minutes. The mic.
Hey. My name is Leah, and I'm here to speak for the tenants of 131 Lyon Court. Currently, it is a 3-story building that's under review for demolishment to be replaced with a 33-story building. I just have points here, not like a fully written out speech, so sorry if it gets a little whatever. The first people speaking earlier were speaking on a study for Shepherd or Bayview or wherever it was. Glencairn has only just started theirs. That's supposed to go on for 2 years and already have so many planning, like development proposals in. But we believe that preemptively developing the site for 33 stores doesn't really take this plan into account at all and really doesn't allow for smart development of the area. So the 33-story building is going to be surrounded by 18-story buildings, which are not full at the moment. We want to be able to ensure that once our building is torn down, it will actually be built within the 3 years that it's being said it will be, because it doesn't really seem like there's any reason to start building if nothing around us is full. We also are curious as to how the infrastructure of the neighborhood, seeing as how it rests on buried rivers, will be able to support that. We've seen also increased flooding in the newly renovated Manor Parc, which sits right behind the construction that's currently going on Marley, which is now flooding like through most of the spring. Also, as Councillor Cole mentioned, the sewage in the neighborhood doesn't likely seem like it would support an influx of development when we have no study. The water pipes were recently fixed all along Eglinton and replaced, and that took a few years, which impacted the traffic all the way up and down. So we're curious how many more times you feel like this should be done, and who would be paying for that. Again, we were curious how you plan to fill this building, since the raising rent prices in the surrounding buildings are actually pricing out any of the people who would be moving into them from our building when it's demolished. We're also curious what you're going to do about the Sobeys delivery system, which will now be the site of a massive construction and block off traffic. Sobeys gets all its food delivered through the back, which would be cut off. We don't really see how we'll be able to continue to depend on that grocery store for our food. And finally, well, not exactly finally, but also the wind study that was done or requested by the developer, and which is visible on the site, is just garbage. It doesn't actually reflect reality when you can't actually walk through the area without being pretty much blown over by the wind coming off the other 18-story buildings. And finally, once you guys do decide what's happening, the people in the neighborhood would really appreciate to have some more information on the timeline, seeing as how the sign put up outside of our building was not updated as it was supposed to be about any information, leading to many people in our neighborhood having no idea this is happening. Once we updated the sign, it was actually removed for vandalism, which seems ridiculous. So we really just want this considered prior to demolishing the building, and the idea that there are better ways of developing that don't involve radically high buildings to be taken into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Oh, deputant? Okay, Councillor Chang?
Thank you for coming and making a deputation. I just want to know if you are clear on what the terms of the rental replacement that is being offered, and if you've had all your questions answered around that.
I have had my questions, and I am clear on that. Some of the people in the building do have some more questions, but when I spoke to everyone in my building, I did tell them they should write to Kate Flanagan, who we were told to write to. But I don't think that all that I said connects to moving back in. I think it's kind of connected to ensuring that a 3-year plan that we're going to be out of our house is actually a real plan. Additionally, as all the buildings, surrounding our building own our building, and we're going to be moving into their building, which they're now raising the rent to $3,000, our rental replacement money doesn't actually cover even moving next door.
Thank you. It seems there are some further clarifications that would be helpful. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Councillor Chang. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thanks very much. We have one more. There we go. Okay, so April Oliphant.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time. I actually just wanted to follow up with that because Leah and I both noticed that in the proposal that we just saw today, at the other meetings that we've spoken with the developers and the city, we were explained that we would get first right of refusal. We'd move back into an apartment about the same size for around the same amount of rent that we were paying when we moved out. But then we just saw in the proposal that it's for 20 years. So, but that was never explained to us before. So I think some of the other tenants in the building might want that clarification as well. I don't think we were expecting that. Again, sorry, my name's April. Just wanted to follow up with that one though. And I've lived in the building for 47 years. My mom and dad live there, and now I'm currently in the same apartment. So I do know quite a bit of people in the community. Went to school there, went to daycare there. My son went to school there. My son goes to daycare there. And I'm just curious though, because Mike Cole mentioned, and Leah touched on it as well, if the sewage is already a problem, and that's along Marley, so there's one building dividing us from Marley to where the proposed site is. If the sewage is such an issue and that needs to be fixed, why is it already proposed that they're going to demolition like our building if that's already a problem and then we're going to build a 33-story building on top? Like, shouldn't the one problem be fixed before we cause like another mess? Just putting that out there, just curious. And we were never notified about the sewage issue until Leah and I came here today. So yes, she touched on the Sobeys grocery store and how it would be disrupted. And a lot of people in the neighborhood are elderly and need to have access to that grocery store. There's also a childcare that's right there. And on the side where the construction site is, that's where the children go out and play. I work in childcare. I understand how much childcare is needed in the city. We are down spots as it is. The childcare actually lost their license 7 years ago, and myself and another mother fought to find another childcare to come and take over the space because there's a lot of lower income mothers in the neighborhood that I'm friends with. And I think that already the businesses in that area have taken a hit because Metrolinx has been going on now for 13 years. And now more businesses are going to suffer. If you're going to rip up Marley and fix the sewage problem and fix this river drainage from the other buildings that they're building up the road, and then you're gonna rip up this area, it's just a mess. Like, I'm not a city planner, but I think one shoe should go on before the other one does. Just putting it out there. And some of the, yes, like Leah said, some of the people in the building are confused. It's a lot of immigrants and lower income families that I live with. And right now, I keep hearing this term being thrown around about affordable housing, right? So if you're gonna rip down the buildings that we can afford to live in, I'm a single mom, my father's son is deceased, I'm working 2 jobs. A lot of the other mothers in the neighborhood are in a very similar situation as I am. Where's the affordable housing if you're gonna rip down what we can afford? And then you're gonna put in another building that nobody can afford. I tried to move back into the building that's across the street from us. When I moved out of there, it was $1,400 a month. I had to move in with my mother to help her get situated. And then when I went to go move back in, it was $1,700. Now that same unit is $2,200 a month. I work in childcare. I'm supporting the community. In this community, I had to leave during the break to go back to go to work. How is it that the people that, my neighbor down the hall that cleans houses, my other neighbor that puts in fire systems, me that work in childcare, how are we gonna afford to live in the city and support the city when we can't afford to live in the city? You're taking away all of our affordable housing. And now you're gonna tear it down to put in another building where they're gonna jack up the rent and nobody can afford to support our city. I've lived here for 47 years. I'm very proud to be from Toronto. If you're going to go and tear down our building and just say, okay, demolish it, I'd like to see the plans for where we can all live. Right now, my childcare is struggling to hire staff because nobody can afford to live at the Yonge and Lawrence area, so the commute is over an hour and a half. The hours that we work are really long. If I'm gonna be there at work to take care of other people's children, you gotta make it so that we can afford to live in the city. I think you're doing an injustice to the constituents of this city by taking away the things that they can afford, unless you're gonna put something into place that makes it so we can't afford it. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Oh?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Oh,
I do have a quick question.
Okay, Councillor Chang.
You mentioned something that you weren't aware of until recently, about 20 years. Can you just explain that again?
Sorry?
There was something that you weren't clear about until recently.
Oh, but yeah, the 20 years that we get the apartment, so we move back in. So I'm paying what, $1,540 a month. I move back in, I pay $1,540 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. But and then of course there'll be the rental increases every year as it is. But then it's saying in the proposal that only lasts for 20 years. So is it saying that in 20 years from now, all of a sudden I have to pay whatever the rate is at that point?
Okay, we can ask staff.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for clarifying that.
We're good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Chang, and thank you, April. Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Many questions. I'll try to be brief. So are these rental replacement units, are these being considered tantamount to providing affordable housing? Or are there affordable units on top of the rental replacement units?
Through the chair, there are no affordable units secured on top of the rental replacement units.
Okay, charming. Then can you explain the terms to us? Because 10 is kind of short for the rental replacement rent, and 20 is kind of short overall for them to be rental units. Our housing secretariat looks for 25 at a minimum. So is there, for them to be rental and at a reasonable rate, is there a reason that terms here are just sort of the bare minimum of the policy? Is that part of the OLT settlement for the overall development?
For clarity, the rent control, so the 10-year period, and then the rental tenure, the 20-year period, are a minimum. And so for returning tenants, it would continue to be rent controlled and a rental tenure for their entire tenancy. So that could go way beyond the 20-year period, the 10-year period. It's only if the unit was vacated after that period would it then revert to market rents.
Okay, now I understand. That wasn't 100% clear in the report to me. Okay, and then last question. It says that the OLT decision on this is it's approved by the OLT with conditions, or is this rental replacement and getting the demolition to do the sewer work, is that part of the conditions?
I can't speak to this sewage work. However, the rental housing demolition application being approved is a condition of the OLT approval.
Okay, well, then that's the only other question I did have. Is the reason we're demolishing here, is it, sewer work is required here, and I would assume we're gonna require that at developer's cost. Does that include under the building? But you don't have that answer. It's a sewer mystery. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Chang?
Thank you. I'm just wondering about this protected period of affordability. So can you explain what the difference between the 10-year and the 20-year is on this document?
For sure. So the 10-year period is the minimum a number of years that the units are rent controlled. And then the 20-year period is the period of time on which rental housing demolition application or a condo conversion application could be applied for. So they have to remain rental tenure for at least 20 years. The 10-year period is in our official plan policy, and the 20-year period is our standard practice.
So, and this all is pertaining to if the units are vacated? Is that correct? So this is really a net loss of affordable housing, that it's like a slow bleeding out, right? As these units are vacated, we are not replenishing our affordable housing stock. And I'm just wondering, is there any way to increase the number of years of these protections, or is this already negotiated, or is this provincially mandated and capped?
Through the chair, the 20-year period is our standard practice, and this is what we had communicated to the applicant and to the tenants. If there are some changes here, we could take that back, but we do recommend the 20-year period. I will note that if once the 20-year period expires, a developer would have to submit a rental housing demolition application and satisfy all conditions under that application in order to convert them. So there would be a process later on in the future.
And how about the 10-year protection of rent control? Because that is, as we heard from the deputant, a huge pressure for people who are renting in the city. They leave a unit, they try to get back in, it's so much higher. So is there any way we can do better than only 10 years of protection for the rent control?
The 10-year affordability period is in our official plan policy. So it is in the official plan, so it would require official plan amendment to amend that.
So if we want to better protect our affordable housing stock, we have to change our official plan to limit the amount of switching of affordable housing into housing that's not protected by rent control. So I'm asking, we have to go through a whole official plan amendment?
Correct.
And was this policy made, when was this policy made, this 10-year standard?
I believe the policy came into full force and effect in 2006.
So circumstances are quite different now, and the bleeding of affordable housing is quite having a terrible impact on our city. So thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Any other questions? Councillor Cole?
Just to speak, yes, I just want to remind everybody that we have some of the strongest protection against rental housing demolition in the country, and that's handing on a shoestring because the provincial government does not like it. They've told us that. They think it's an encumbrance to their move to intensify. And the developers certainly hate it. So I want to thank staff for working with the tenants in this building for the last over a year or so. and guiding him through the process. And it is not a perfect process, but I'll tell you, it's a heck of a lot better in terms of what's happening across the country, where there is none of this 10-year, 20-year protection at all. And I certainly wouldn't advise opening up the bylaw or our official plan on this. Then we would have enormous inroads by the development industry in the province to wipe it out completely. So just be very cautious about where you tread on this very important part of Toronto's protective housing policy. And again, and this development is in the Marley corridor, where there's, again, exploding development everywhere. And this is an unfortunate situation where, again, the developer wanted to tear down a perfectly good low-rise rental building to put up his multi-story building, and then got approval at the provincial government again. And then the other end of it is that, as you know, basically rent control has been devastated by the provincial government too. So people are really caught in a bind. But again, they keep on voting this government in, so I just don't know. Are they voting for beer in the corner stores? Are they voting to ban bike lanes? I don't know what the heck. And they continue to vote for them. So again, I want to thank staff, and I empathize with the residents having to go through this, but thank God we've got this rental housing protection legislation here in the city of Toronto, at least. And I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay. Any other speakers on the item, or no? Councillor Cole has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I think the statutory items are done, and we can go back to the top of the list. 19.1, Wilson Heights Boulevard and Joel Swirsky Boulevard traffic control signals. This was a deferred item. I can either move the item, or I can speak to it. Any other? There's no deputations. Any other speakers or questions of staff? No. Okay. So just very briefly, the reason I'm supporting this is that this is one of the roadways, or proposed roadways. Of course, we haven't done site plans, so I must admit there is work to do. But the Allen East District is 57 acres in size. The final report was adopted by Council in May 2021. The Downsview Secondary Plan was adopted in spring 2024. In June 2023, staff reported back on this request for traffic control signals. Since that time, the density in the Allen District East increased from 5,200 units to 7,600 units. The only reason I'm saying that is things have changed since their original report, which was negative. And the estimated population will grow from 9,300 to 13,000. So this represents a significant change when the traffic control signal request was reported on. Also to the south at 50 Wilson Heights, the Housing Now site at that location has finally started construction, and this will add about 1,600 units, estimated around 3,000 residents to the Wilson Heights area. So also the Ontario Tenants Association and the City of Toronto have signed a lease agreement where they'll be building a multi-sports, multi-purpose facility on 3 acres of land at the Allen District. The reason I mention all of this is because looking long-term, you'll need a roadway into the Allen District. The residents of Balmoral and the Faywood area have asked for a safe entryway onto Wilson Heights, and that this a signalized intersection is perhaps the safest way of achieving that goal. So I have a motion. The motion approves the traffic control signals and also directs the General Manager of Transportation to work with the Chief Executive Officer of CRATO for future developers on the Allen District to secure the recovery of the cost of the traffic control signals. So what we're saying here is we're accelerating the installation of them, having it as an entranceway to Allen East as they build and when it's finally built out, and supplying a safe route to the Faywood, Balmoral community onto Wilson Heights to access the road system there. So that is the logic of my motion to approve these traffic control signals. And unless there's other speakers, we'll just put it to a vote. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Oh, 19.2 is 124 Sandringham Drive, application to remove a tree in a ravine protected area. We do have one speaker on the item. It will be online. Muhammad Nadari Nabi. Is the homeowner. Mr. Nabi?
Hear you. Okay, I hear you now.
Mr.
Can you hear
Nabi?
me?
Okay, great. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Muhammad Nadiri Nabi, and have been living with my family on 124 Sandringham Drive since for the last 10 years. I would like to address an important safety concern regarding the walkway leading to our home. Unfortunately, recently we experienced a serious incident due to the uneven surface of the walkway in front of my property. The uneven surface is primarily caused by the aggressive roots of a tree located in the side of the walkway, which is why we are requesting its removal. Photos of the uneven stones of the walkway have been emailed already for your kind attention. While we have attempted a few times to repair and leveling the walkway in the past, the tree roots have made it impossible to maintain a smooth and safe surface. Each time we carried out costly repairs, the same issue rises. Within a short period of time, the roots disrupt the surface again, making it uneven and hazardous. All the landscaping contractors we have been consulted for repair or renewal of the walkway have made it clear that they cannot guarantee their work as long as the tree remains in place due to the ongoing damage caused by the aggressive roots. There are two offers, number 1 and 2, which already emailed as a reference. We love trees, and that's one of the reasons we choose to live in a home backing onto a ravine, surrounded by trees. It is regrettable to request to remove this tree, but the safety of my family, visitors, and guests, especially children and elderly, is our main concern and top priority. To preserve the beauty of nature and maintain a green environment, we would be more than willing to replant trees by site planning or cash in lieu, or combination of both. I truly appreciate your time and attention to this matter and looking forward for your kind consideration and positive solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nabi. So this tree, it's quite a large tree. It has, I guess it's damaged some of the pathway, creating personal risk for your family and your visitors?
Right.
Okay. And you did hire an arborist? Or no?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
The report is there already in the file.
So I see the arborist, there's a summary, I guess, before us. The arborist said that described the tree to be in fair to poor condition, and the report describes several defects in the tree that may indicate the tree is experiencing stress or decline, including epicormic shoot growth, moderate amounts of dead wood in the crown, and bark loss with underlying decay exposed on the south side of its trunk. And I'm assuming you concur with those views.
That's right.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, Mr. Nabi, thank you very much. You should listen in because we're going to be asking questions of staff, I believe. And then we'll have speakers and we'll vote on your request. Councillor Carroll.
So questions for Mr. Bostock. So there is the arborist report that was submitted by the applicant, but at the time you inspected the tree, it had a healthy bud set and looked healthy. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
So on average, just partly because we have a counselor experiencing her first community council, you get a lot of requests for tree removals. What percentage of them are there unhealthy trees? Do you say yes sometimes, and it never comes to North York Community Council?
Through the chair, exactly true. I don't have a proportion to give you. I think that arborists generally do a good job of screening applications at the point of consultation with their clients and giving them an indication if they will or won't get.
So you couldn't quantify that. You wouldn't know how many times they say your tree is healthy.
We don't have that data. I will say, yes, if the tree we believe the tree is healthy. We see the same things that the owner spoke to. And just have different opinion as to the extent or the severity of them.
Right.
They see those things and find the tree to be fair to poor. The bylaw has to conclude that the tree is either healthy or poor. Those are the only terms that are relevant in the bylaw. Of those two, we find this tree to be healthy.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff before I ask? No? So, you wonder whether we're all looking at the same tree. So they have hired an arborist, and at the risk of being repetitive, the report describes several defects in the tree that may indicate the tree is experiencing stress or decline, including epicormic shoot growth, moderate amounts of deadwood in the crown, and bark loss with underlying decay exposed on the south side of its trunk. Do you dispute those findings?
Through the chair, no, we don't dispute those. We don't agree that they lead to the tree being in poor condition. So it's a matter of extent or severity or implications. We believe that trees don't have to be perfect to be healthy, and this is a case where a tree has a number of defects. We disagree with the written arborist report about the extent of those defects. So moderate deadwood in the crown. We don't see moderate deadwood in the crown. We see minor deadwood in the crown. I don't know that there's a point in disputing the word choice there, but we ultimately find the tree to be healthy and maintainable.
And are you satisfied that if the tree is removed, the replacement of, I guess that's city policy, tree replacement of 6 new trees?
The 6-tree recommendation follows the ravine replacement policy, which does prescribe 6 replacement trees if it's approved. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Just me? Okay. I'm going to approve the removal of this tree. It is a difficult decision because it is quite a large tree, and it is quite attractive. But an arborist report that I can only assume is credible describes this tree in decline. That the owner of the property did describe personal risk to both his family and to people who visit the home. These, and I'm not an arborist, moderate amounts of deadwood in the crown, bark loss with underlying decay exposed in the south side of the trunk. The tree is experiencing stress or decline, including epicormic shoot growth. This is a tree that we should remove before anyone is seriously hurt, before more damage to property occurs. So I support the request for a permit to remove this tree at 124 Sandringham Drive. The motion is on the screen.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Granted. Yeah, okay. So all those in favor of the motion? Counselor Cole, Counselor Pasternak? Those opposed? Counselor Chernos Lynn, Counselor Carroll, and Counselor Ching.
Burnside was in favor.
Too late.
Okay, Counselor Burnside was against. I'm sorry. What in favor?
No, I was in favor of your.
No, we moved my amendment. So you supported the amendment?
Yeah.
We have to.
Yes.
Okay. So okay, it lost on a tie. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what we're left with now.
I'll move
is
the staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations.
To remove
A
your
recorded vote. All those in favor? Counselor Carroll, Counselor Chang, Counselor Chernos Lynn. All those against? Counselor Cole, Counselor Pasternak, and Counselor Burnside. That loses on a tie as well. Yeah. So that item is frozen in time.
Means the tree is
It is not. It is not
spot.
adopted.
It can't go anywhere. Means the tree can't go anywhere now.
Okay. So to just explain to the resident, what happened was my motion to approve the removal of the tree lost. The motion to deny the tree removal lost. So the item is sort of frozen in time. We'll have to speak offline to see what next steps are. Item 19.4, Lawrence Park Transportation Plan. I have two speakers on the item. Marco Di Girolamo. Video conference. All right. Marco Di Girolamo. 19.4. Yeah, we're just going to Marco. Peggy Judge. All right. Counselor Chernos Lynn, this is your item. We're going to go to questions for staff. I don't know whether you needed more time. Okay.
Thank you. So I just wonder, I do have a motion. I wonder if we can put it on the screen.
It's questions of staff. So you'll move your motion when we go to speakers?
Do you have any questions of staff?
Oh, maybe you don't have
I don't
questions
have any
for staff.
questions of staff.
No,
not really.
okay. Any other
I just
questions
have a
for
motion
staff?
that I want to speak on, though.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in a minute. Any questions of staff for the Lawrence Park Transportation Plan? No. Speakers, Councillor Chernos Lynn.
Okay, so if we could just put that motion on the screen. And really, this motion is just to refer the item for additional community engagement and awareness in consultation with me as the local city councillor. And the reasoning I'm asking my colleagues to do this, I actually think the recommendations, this is a multi-step, very large project that's been worked on for some time, and I really do appreciate all the work that staff in different departments have done on this. But the community meeting that was held regarding the next steps in all of this was done in June. And this was after Councillor Robinson had passed away, which meant that Councillor Robinson's office's normal procedures were kind of frozen. And as a result, they were not able to really socialize this plan or send out lots of communications about it. To be clear, staff did send out a mailing, but beyond that, there sort of wasn't the usual communication channels that people might look for, things like a community newsletter that a councillor would send out that would give information about this. or, you know, a ward forum, or just any of those kind of normal channels that I think are really important in terms of community engagement on something this large. And I would just also add that in my several months of canvassing this area, I had a lot of questions about when would this be coming back? And so things like, what's happening with those sewers, and what's happening with the speed bumps and all of that? And that had all happened after the community meeting about it. Now, granted, this report hadn't come out yet, but I just feel like if people had really been engaged in it, they would have had a sense of when this was coming back, and they would have also known that it had come back and this council had deferred it. So I just feel like another little bit of time for me to work with staff to just get a bit of word out about this. It's not that and I want people, anyone who's listening, to know that I am supportive of further measures to protect safety in terms of traffic and in terms of speeding and things like that. This is something that's very important to me, and I know is very important to residents. I just want to make sure that we're doing the best job we can in making sure everybody is informed, and I think that helps build buy-in on it as well. So I just want to make sure that it's successful, not just for the residents, but also for the city and for the community, and to make sure we're making all those decisions with their engagement and awareness. So that's the reasoning for it, and I hope my colleagues will support that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Having just gone through a long process with the Bastard Manor Mobility Plan, I think this is wise. Putting in some of these road calming strategies is tricky business, especially since half want them and half don't. So I think this is wise. We'll consider this a referral motion, and we'll send it back to the community and staff for extra consultations. Pay close attention to the recommendations regarding speed humps, because that is a bumpy road. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to refer this, all those in favor of referring this back to the community, back to staff for more public consultation, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 19.5, Lawrence Avenue East and Wanless Crescent. Wanless. I do have one deputant. Is Peggy Judge on the line yet? She is not. Okay. Questions for staff? Speakers, Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you. I do have a motion with respect to this one as well, if I could just ask that it be put on the screen. This is a motion to refer the traffic control signals at Lawrence Avenue East and Wanless Crescent back to the Director of Planning, Design and Management Transportation Services to conduct updated traffic counts by the third quarter of 2025 and report back with their results and options to mitigate traffic infiltration onto Wanless Crescent. And the reason for this is that the day as you might have noted in the report, the day that the assessment of the volume of traffic and at this intersection was done, and that resulted in not recommending a traffic signal there, was done in January at a very quiet time. And we feel that there is a park across the street. It's a very long way between Mildenhall and Mount Pleasant, and we would prefer to see this conducted at a time when people actually might be using the park, not in the depth of winter. So perhaps in the spring at a time when more families are using it, because we do know this is the only park in the area from people who live on the south side of Lawrence. So we just want to make sure that we're doing this to the best of our ability to make sure that we've got the best information.
Okay. Just a question for the mover, if she can answer it. The study was done in January of which year?
I'd have to refer to staff, because I may have that. Just give me 1 second. I've forgotten. Oh, 2019. So it was also a long, long time ago.
Yes, no, I was, want to
yeah.
make sure you exceeded the 2 years. Okay,
So it just feels like that it's dated. Traffic patterns have really changed in the last, 5 years. So we would just rather make sure that we're doing this with updated information.
Great,
At a
okay.
good time of year. Thank you.
All right, so Councillor Chernos-Lynn is referring this back to staff for another study. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 6, 37 York Ridge Road, fence exemption. I do not have deputants on the item. So it's questions for staff. This is in Ward 15. This is accumulation of all the things we deferred when we didn't have a counselor in the area. So a question for staff. 6.
Yeah. Yeah, questions of staff. There they are. So this one, I'm wondering if in visiting the site, was there any conversation about, sometimes if we are going to compromise on the bylaw, we look at things like Juliet Gates with spring loads and things like that. This application looks like they're just sort of agreeing to, we'll just block all these doors here. But they're not telling us how.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, it is my understanding that they want to pin the doors on this and put some type of screw through there. I was not the supervisor who attended the site. I do know there was talk with the homeowners about another option. This is what the homeowners chose to put forward as their exemption, and we go forward from there.
So the problem with that proposal, the reason the bylaw doesn't contemplate that is if you're just pinning the door shut, you can do that for the purposes of inspection and maybe live with it for a year, and then someone says, nuts, and removes them. And you wouldn't know that had happened.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other, Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Thank you. This is a question to staff. Along the same lines as Councillor Carroll, and I don't know if you will be able to answer this or if there's someone else who can answer this, but is it a fire code violation? Like, I feel very unsettled at the idea of screwing doors shut, just in terms of egress if there is a fire. It makes me feel very nervous, especially, I know maybe homeowners know that is shut, but if they have guests staying or something like that, if it's a party, I don't know, it just makes me nervous. So just wondering if it is a fire, is what's being suggested a fire code violation?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I do know there are other means of egress from that floor in that home, but that would be something that we would have to speak with my friends at Toronto Fire Services about, as when Toronto Buildings would have approved the original designs, they would have been the ones that looked at fire code violations and things like that with them. It's not something that my department looks at.
But just to be clear, one of the things that we have as an option is not pinning a door shut. That's not something we recommend normally.
Through the chair, so we don't ever recommend at MLS that we violate the bylaw. Our recommendation is always, if there is a violation of the bylaw, that community council denies the fence exemption on its face. If community council so chooses to put a motion forward or to accept an alternate recommendation, then that would be on them. But we always recommend that a violation of the bylaw be denied.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions for staff, but I do have a motion when people have finished asking questions.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? Yes, Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
So I would just ask staff if they could put my motion on the floor. And as I said, this is a motion that asks staff to explore alternative options. staff from the Municipal Licensing and Standards Office, East District, to explore alternative options, including but not limited to something like a Juliet Gate, and report back in February. So the aim is, of course, to get, to find some sort of a solution, if possible, with the homeowner so that they can enjoy pool season. Not interested in stymieing that, but I also want to make sure that they're ending up with something that would be more safe. So, because I'm just not comfortable with what they are recommending as homeowners. So, if we could just get that back up on the screen in case anybody else has any comments on that. But I hope you will support this recommendation, which sort of looks to find a better way.
Okay, so we have a referral motion before us. All those in favor? Oh, you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Very quickly, if this is being referred, and I can support the referral, but if it comes back, I've asked this before, can we have a picture that includes the pool? I can't see the pool here, and so I don't know if I should give these people a lecture about wrapping the pool in a glass fence or give them a lecture about a Juliet Gate. Overall, we're trying to get across to people that your contractor knows damn well what our bylaw is and should be helping you to understand that and should be helping you to do the safest thing, because we have to account for whoever owns the house. You may own it now, but who owns it next year and all of those sorts of things. But if we have the right information in front of us, we're not talking out of our hat. So if it's coming back, if there going to be one more picture added to the report, and that's what's the proximity of the pool to the house, that would really help. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Okay, the referral motion is before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Support, definitely. We're now moved to item 12, a series of addresses on Bayview Avenue. And it's a recommendation to inclusion in the Heritage Register. We have one speaker on the item, Jeff Cattell. Jeff, I understand you're online.
Yes.
Jeff, okay, thank you for joining us.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. So I speak on behalf of the Leaside Residents Association. Thank you, Chair and members. We want to express our strong support for the listing of these 8 properties, which actually are 7 buildings. They're part of the 10 residential buildings, affectionately known in Leaside as the Talbot Quads, named after the builder at the time. The 10 quads were originally nominated for listing in 2011. So it's like 13 years ago, by the North York Community Preservation Panel. 2 of these buildings have since been heritage designated, one in response to an earlier development application, 1755, and the other, 1783, will be incorporated as part of the overbuild of the LRT station at 1779 to 87 Bayview Avenue. The one building that was not listed, 1779 to 81, unfortunately will be demolished as part of that program. We'd like to thank the heritage planning staff who included the request for assessment of the properties south of the corner as part of the council resolution approving the overbuild of the station, and who now have reported back to council, meeting the requested deadline of November 2024. So while obviously supportive of listing the properties, we note that the report is still only for listing, not for designation, which means that the matter will need to be revisited in 2 years by December 31, 2026, or else the listed status will be lost. This being the case, and assuming the council approves the listing, we would request that North York Community Council recommend to City Council that the City Planning Division report back to City Council on designation under Section 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act for the 8 listed properties by November 2026. And then, so that's our request, and that would provide the maximum amount of protection for these properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Any questions for the deputant? No? Questions for staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
So I'd like to move staff recommendations, and then I'd also like to move an additional recommendation. So I'm adding a motion.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen.
But I'm also moving staff's recommendations, just to be clear. Yeah, you move this first. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. So this is a motion that would ask staff to explore options to designate all of these properties under Section 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act before November 2026. And the reason why this is important is that if we don't do that before 2026, then there's a 5-year period where they have to come off the registry before we have to put them on again. And this is because of the change in the provincial legislation with the heritage designations. So this is really important. And the good thing about this is that it's already been done for 2 of these type of buildings. So there is actually kind of a blueprint for it. So it hopefully won't be too much work for staff. So I hope that everybody will join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for the mover? Any other speakers? No? Okay, we can put the motion.
Can I add one more thing? Sorry, through the chair.
Sure.
Okay, I would just wish to thank Jeff Cattell and the Leaside Residents Association for their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, as always, welcome. Okay, so let's put this on the screen. There we go. Everyone knows what they're voting on. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're going to just deviate from the chronological on our agenda and move to item 16, as Councillor Carroll has to leave. This is 152 Brahms Avenue, application to remove a private tree. We have 2 speakers on the item. So we're moving to item 16. We'll go back to those other items in a little while. Nina Zhang?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh,
Can you
hi,
hear
Ms.
me?
Zhang. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can I have presenter rights, please? I do have some slides I would like to share.
All right, we're just getting that done.
And my husband, Charles Tsai, is also on the line. If you could also unmute him, and we will kind of speak jointly.
All right, are you ready to go?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
All right.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, assuming you guys can hear me okay, and once Nina's slides come up, can you go to the first slide, please? So yeah, thanks everyone for taking time to hear our case out. So we are requesting the removal of this tree for safety reasons, both to homes and property, as well as to human and from falling branches and so on and so forth, right? So on the first slide, I just want to share that fear of the tree damaging our property is not hypothetical, but quite real. Shortly after we moved into our home, a neighbor's tree in the backyard fell, and as you can see in this picture, collapsed into our backyard. So if this tree was, if this fallen branch or tree was, fell any other way, it could have done serious damage to either the neighbor's home or or potentially our home. So the tree that we're requesting to get removed actually resides much closer than this tree shown here. It's quite close in proximity both to our home as well as our neighbor's home just north of us at 154. Yeah, so again, just stating the obvious that in case the tree falls, it could seriously do damage to either of our homes. Furthermore, when we moved into this home, the eavesdrops or rain gutters of the house had noticeable damage, and when we had it fixed, the person affected also informed us that most likely the damage was done by a fallen tree while under ownership of the previous owner. Next slide, please. Further to just damage to the home, given the size and the age of the tree, branches regularly fall onto the driveway or the backyard, so on and so forth. In this case, it would be the front of the house. Our personal situation is that my wife is actually expecting with a child due next March. This means that we'll likely have a child around the home for the next decade plus. And these branches vary in size, and a larger branch could seriously damage, could injure a child, and any larger branches, even an adult. So those are the two main arguments. Other minor things, but also from a safety perspective, is that the tree does happen to, cause some various forms of insect infestation. In this picture, it may be hard to see, but there's no less than say 20 bees that are kind of on the hood of the car due to the tree sap. Otherwise, there's also ants as well as these red bugs or cotton stainers that are nested in the root of the tree, which can be a bit of a annoyance, right? We also had, so the neighbor at 154, which is a rental house, the previous neighbor did move out of the property. With the owner told me that their wife was really averse to bugs and so on and so forth, and it would not surprise me if it's due to the bugs that this tree attracts, right? So overall, yeah, we're requesting to remove the tree due to risk to human safety as well as risk to homes. The arborist report did show that the tree is under signs of stress and damage, as evident by the epicormic sprouting at the bottom of the tree. The report from the city states that the tree does bring aesthetic and social economic benefits to the neighborhood, which we don't fully agree with. Our property already has 10 trees around the property, so there's no abundance. So it's it's well covered from a foliage and just tree perspective. So I think that's kind of the key points I want to make. I don't know if Nina wants to add anything else.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, we do have quite a few mature trees on our property already. So it's not that we're, against preserving trees or anything. It's just this particular one is very close to the house. So it is a safety concern. And with any parent, the safety and health of your children is top of mind. And we are okay with the recommendation to provide replacement trees should we cut down this one in more suitable locations around our property.
All right, thank you very much. That's your 5 minutes. Any questions for the deputants? No? Okay, thank you, Zhang family. Next speaker is Charles Zay.
Yep, that's my husband.
I've already spoken. So
they were all there. Okay, great. Okay, thanks so much. Let's bring it into committee. Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, so I was looking in the report there isn't unless I just can't find it. Often we have a statement about maintenance of the tree would resolve a number of issues. I'm wondering if you could comment on what could be accomplished with maintenance with this tree. He showed us a picture of a dropping dropping branch, not a heavy one, but a branch nevertheless. And I noticed a lot of growth around the tree and its root. Is there a maintenance issue with this tree that could resolve such things as the things that are dropping on the car?
Through the chair, I'm going to sort of answer your question with the words of your own question. It's just maintenance. The tree could be pruned. The sprouts and shoots that are growing up from the roots are a sign of stress, but reinforcing what I said earlier, that doesn't mean we feel the tree is in poor condition. Those are, they can be pruned off right back to the trunk from the ground up to the lower branches. The tree can be pruned for clearance from the house. The slide deck that the deputant showed, those are pictures I haven't seen. I can speak to some of those issues. Just as an education point, the bugs on the hood of the car, lindens are well known to host a number of insect species. They're actually a very prominent pollinator. Linden and basswood honey is very popular. but on their own, they also produce a lot of sap. And that sap draws sap-feeding insects like ants and wasps. And when that sap drips onto surfaces below, you see an aggregation of those insects, especially late in the season. So I would say that that is something that is just, it's inherent to this species, and there's not much that can be done about it other than regular rinsing with water.
Okay, okay. And it, kind of a surprise that the last thing, have you ever seen this before? The arborist report that we did receive states that the reason for the removal request is economical, stating that the tree should be removed now before it grows even larger. That is not in any way, shape, or form a part of our policy. We don't prevent trees from growing larger by cutting them down, do we?
Through the chair, it is an argument that we've heard
Mr. Chair,
before.
I wonder if you could let the deputy.
Yeah, is that Ms. Zhang? It's Councillor's turn now. You've had your chance to speak, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Through the chair, it's an argument we've heard before. It's not the first time we've heard it. I agree it hasn't been brought to community council here before. And I agree with you. We don't subscribe. It's not
in our policy.
Not in our policies. You know, if the tree was in poor condition, that argument would hold a little bit more weight for us. But if it was in poor condition, we'd be permitting it for removal anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? No speakers? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you know, we face these difficult situations all the time in our own wards, but my track record is pretty clear. This tree looks like it, in order to have it dropping less on the car and some of the concerns that the deputants raised, what it really needs is regular tree maintenance. And when we buy a home, we buy the trees around it. And so that maintenance is one of those tough parts of home ownership. And I am going to be supporting staff recommendations here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on the item? No? Councillor Carroll has moved the staff recommendations to deny the request for a permit. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I think we can go back to item number 13. I do have a speaker on that. Sonia Kaspar. Great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. This past summer, a city bylaw officer came to my door to measure the fence that my husband had built in our backyard. The officer told me that the fence height was completely fine, and he left. A couple weeks later, another officer came to let me know that the fence actually does violate the fence bylaw because of the retaining wall measurement added to the fence. My husband and I did read through the fence bylaws prior to building our fence, and we did not see a violation anywhere. I'm very apologetic. I have still not been able to find this bylaw anywhere. Our lot was always 1 foot higher than our neighbor's lot in the back, even prior to us moving in. We just filled in the back section with soil and added the retaining wall, approximately 12 inches high, and then built our fence on top of that, 6 foot 3 inches. When we moved into our home, our backyard had a steep slope and was a major trip and fall hazard to our 1- and 3-year-old children. They'd be running around our backyard and always falling over because of the slope. We decided to fill in the backyard so that there was still a small slope, but does no longer have a trip and fall hazard. We then added a retaining wall to the north side of the backyard, made of pressure-treated wood so that the soil would not downpour onto our neighbors to the back. We moved into this home to replace we wanted to replace the existing chain link fence with a more private wood fence. All of our neighbors to the sides and to the back have chain link fences, and there was no privacy. We could see people several houses down on both sides and to the back, and we did not like the lack of privacy for our young children. I've had 2 of my neighbors on multiple occasions watch me from their bedroom windows which has a direct view into my backyard, while I am playing with in the backyard with my children. I've also had my neighbors in the back watch me on multiple occasions, watch me play in the backyard with my children. Again, another incident on 2 occasions, my neighbor has come into my home and invited while we were inside. Needless to say, there has been an extreme lack of privacy since we have moved into our home, which is very uncomfortable for my family and I, clearly. Furthermore, I myself have a smoke allergy, and 2 of my neighbors are smokers. I know very well that a wooden fence does not block the smoke from entering my backyard, but I'd like to think it helps at least a small amount of reducing some smoke that travels into the backyard while I am outside. And again, the current fence that we have built still does have a view into my backyard from the bedroom windows of my neighbors, although it does help a little bit now. Again, our intention was never to violate any bylaws. We thought we did our due diligence by looking at the fence bylaws online, but again, we still cannot find how we have violated the bylaws. If we shorten our fence by a foot or 20 centimeters, or whatever the recommendation will be, my neighbors to the back will be able to see directly into my backyard, and I will be able to see into theirs. Also, the look of the fence would not be nice. It would not be aesthetically pleasing. I have lived in the Eglinton Lawrence riding for 34 years. I have bought 2 homes in this riding, and I have grown up here with my parents as well. We would love nothing more than to stay in this home. However, the experience we've had with our neighbors has not been pleasant at all. We built the fence for the health and safety of our children and family, and for the private enjoyment of our own backyard, which we did not have at all. We would appreciate if we could keep the fence the way we have built it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Speakers? Councillor Cole?
I mean, this is only 0.2 meters above what is permitted. I'm moving approval of the exemption.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cole. My speech will be very short. I believe the saying is tall fences make for good neighbors, so I will be endorsing Councillor Cole's motion. Any other speakers on the item? Councillors? Sorry to interrupt. Any other speakers on the item, or we're good? Okay, so the motion is on the screen, or it should be. There we go. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 14, we have 2 deputations for 285 Brook Avenue, application to remove a private tree. Michael Weisdorf. Mr. Weisdorf?
Yes, thank you. You
Great,
can hear me?
thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for including me in today's meeting. As outlined in my letter that I submitted to Council on November 21st, 2024, my family lives at 283 Brook Avenue, directly beside the black walnut tree that we are discussing, and we do object to its removal. Our understanding is the tree is currently healthy and is not causing damage to either the applicant's property at 285 Brook Avenue, nor to my property at 283 Brook Avenue. I believe the rationale for removing the tree is one of convenience. There are 2 black walnut trees on the property at 285 Brook Avenue that pollinate each other and cause both trees to produce fruit biannually. This year, the trees did not produce any fruit. Last year, in 2023, saw the trees produce a significant amount of fruit, likely the most that I've witnessed in the 6 years that I've been living here. The cleanup required on both the applicant's property and my own was quite extensive over the course of about 4 weeks between July and August. but by comparison, the last biannual year, which was summer 2021, saw far fewer black walnuts produced. The cutting down of this specific tree will be more detrimental than helpful to both properties, I believe. This tree provides significant shade to both our properties and over our houses in the summer months, which is much needed as both our yards are south-facing. The shade lowers the temperature during the summer on the yard and the houses, which in turn lowers the amount of energy required to cool our homes. Additionally, the size and canopy of the tree significantly adds to the ambiance of the neighborhood. Many trees of this size were lost during the ice storm of 2013, which was a detriment to many neighborhoods in and around Toronto. This tree, along with the many mature trees around our neighborhood, add to the ambiance and the natural beauty in our area, and it would be a shame to lose such a majestic tree. Additionally, one of the main reasons my wife and I purchased our house was due to the magnificent landscape across the various properties that we back onto and the significant privacy that the trees afforded us. We plan on living here another 25 plus years, and to lose a tree of this size and significance from a neighboring yard would significantly impact us and others. I've outlined other factors to consider as part of the letter that was submitted on November 21st. The benefits of maintaining the tree, we believe, far outweigh the convenient factor afforded with its removal, both in the short and in the long term. I'm hopeful that the applicants will consider and find alternatives to the tree's removal that could assist them with the biannual cleanup. The cost savings of not removing the tree could contribute to the hiring of a landscaping company for the few weeks every other year where the walnuts fall. So thank you, Council, for your time and consideration to hear our perspective.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? No? Okay, next deputant is Joe Saponara. Are you here? Oh, okay, Joe is here. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to share our view of for the removal of this tree at 285 Brook. My name is Joe Saponara. This is my wife, Sandra. She wanted to say a few words at the end. We're here indicating that we're not in support of the recommendation to not have the tree removed. We've been living with this tree and another tree. There's two walnut trees on our property for 44 years. And we have maintained the trees over those years. And what I did is I submitted some pictures. Hopefully you have the pictures. And because the pictures is what I'm going to refer to in terms of the impact of the tree over the past couple of years. So when the city arborist attended the site, they took pictures of the tree, and as you can see from the city arborist picture, a tree is a beautiful tree. It's maintained, and in fact, Michael actually hired an arborist to maintain his side of the tree in 2022. And what they did is they cut all the branches on the east side of the tree. And this left all the branches on our side, which is fine. We don't mind at all. But what happened this past year, last year in 2023, through those pictures that I've submitted, you'll see several branches on the ground, and there was one more that was on the roof. So we had a bumper crop of walnuts. The walnuts do drop on the home. They don't necessarily impact the roof at all, but they do make a lot of noise. But the issue is the branches. The branches is what impacts the roof. And I had to go up there myself and pull one of the branches off of the roof. The other 3 branches fell on the ground, essentially making the backyard during that period of time in July and August and sometimes part of September, makes the backyard unusable. We did put up an awning, so there's another picture there with an awning. And the awning isn't there for shade. It was there to protect us when we're using the deck. And the tree provides enough shade. And we have, 30 feet away, we have another walnut tree about the same size. The last item was regarding the deck itself. I have an access door, so when the city arborist came to inspect the tree, the access door was not visible because there is a box, a cushion box that is obstructing that view of that door. So the roots of the trees have grown so much that the storage underneath the deck is totally inaccessible to me. So in summary, the tree has become unusable during those 2 months of the year.
The deck.
Sorry?
You said tree.
Oh, the deck has become unusable for those 2 months of the year, and we'd like you to consider our proposal to have it removed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
I just have a few comments.
Oh, you're not done? All right, very quickly then. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I just wanted to add that I get extremely stressed and scared during the summer with this tree. And I've lived with this tree for 40 years, so I'm not new to a walnut tree. But it is very scary when these 20-foot branches are falling on your roof, on your deck, on your canopy, and it sounds like a war zone. Like, that's the only way I can describe it, and I'm not exaggerating. Our bedroom is under this tree, and during the summer, I'm constantly woken up by these very large walnuts. They've been coming bigger and bigger every year. So I've had trouble sleeping, walking outside in the summer, and our back is just not even an option because the deck has damage to it, and the stones where you're walking are uneven. I have tripped several times. And as Mike mentioned, there was a lot of hauling of the walnuts and maintaining. Unfortunately, this is very heavy for us, and I've had to go for treatments on my back. So unfortunately, this tree has become unmanageable, and we believe it should be removed. We do have another tree, and we would like you to consider that. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputants? No? Questions for staff? Councillor Chang?
Thank you. Through the speaker, just wondering if you can speak to when roots cause patios to pucker and like it's no longer a flat surface. With all of our rules about accessibility and safety, does that present a risk to community members when roots show themselves in this way on people's properties?
Through the chair, I would tackle that a couple different ways. I don't dispute that tree roots can lift up patio stones and other hardscape. That's the nature of the tree roots. Tree roots grow largely horizontally, immediately below the surface of the soil. They don't necessarily reflect the form of the tree above the ground. As the tree roots grow in diameter, near the surface of the soil, they can push up things that are atop them. And if those things are loosely connected, like patio pavers or unit pavers, yes, it can cause an uneven surface associated with that. That being said, the bylaw, the tree bylaw, doesn't give any direction to forestry or authority to forestry to permit the removal of trees for a safety concern of that nature. If the tree itself was unsafe, we'd call it poor, and we'd render the answer through a permit. But when the tree makes an unsafe condition, we look to resolve the condition, lift and relay the patio stone. We prefer the tree over the conflict, if you will.
And there are some dramatic photos attached of fairly large branches that have snapped off. And I'm just wondering, is this due to pruning, or is this the nature of this tree?
Through the chair, I believe, I have to hypothesize in this one, so please take this with a grain of salt. I believe, I'm looking at the photos as well. I believe that they're associated with the weight of the walnuts. So periodically, as both speakers have mentioned, and I agree, walnuts produce heavier crops in alternate years, and in years when those alternate year crops are very heavy, they can pull down branches. Those branches can be large. That's a consequence of having a walnut tree. Sometimes it occurs with oak trees, sometimes it occurs with apple trees. If the extent of the damage is so great that the tree moves from healthy to poor, we would permit the tree to be removed. We don't see that in our review of the tree at this time. So the tree has withstood that and is maintainable still in forestry's assessment. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, it does. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Cole?
Listen, none of us like to see trees cut down, but again, you can see the owners of this property are pretty upset by what's happening with this tree, and our staff can't comment on the associated factors. They just comment on the tree and it being healthy, but it seems to be causing much upset to this family. And they already have another walnut tree, and I think 2 walnut trees in a backyard is more than adequate. But one of them is giving them huge anxiety. So again, for the health of the and the safety of the owners of 285 Brook, I'm going to move that we give permission to remove the tree.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I will be supporting this motion. We've heard from the owners. Enjoyment of property is key, and if it's causing them this kind of anxiety and this kind of stress and risk, then clearly we must act responsibly and have grant the permit to have removal. So I'll be supporting the local councillor. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, the motion's on the screen to allow the removal. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're now going to jump to 21, 109 Erskine. And I do not have deputants on this item. This is Councillor Chernos Lynn. You held the item. Questions for staff?
I don't have questions from staff, but I would like to speak on the item and move a motion.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions for staff? No? Okay. Speakers, Councillor Chernos Lynn.
I wonder if we could just put the motion on the screen. So this is a recommendation to, this is to authorize the closure of the south sidewalk along Erskine and provide, and also a 2.4 meter wide portion of the eastbound curb lane on Erskine as it gets towards Redpath. And to create a provision for a pedestrian walkway within the closed portion of the eastbound curb lane from December 4th to April. That we're deleting this one. My apologies. My glasses aren't. I'm forgetting this. Okay, so really, this is just to give people kind of an overview of this. There's been a request to close this for an extremely long time, almost 2 years. And what we are kind of amending this, it's not really an amendment, but adopt instead a different recommendation, which is to close it for a shorter period of time. So I wonder if staff could scroll down. I think there's a little bit more. Is there any more, or is that?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, so any other speakers?
Yeah, and then there's a second one.
Oh, there's a second
And
motion.
it's
Okay.
to ask staff to then come back and report back on the proposed, like to shorten it and then report back to us on it. Because, one of the things that I think everybody is really aware of is that traffic in Toronto is a huge problem. And Erskine Avenue is particularly bad in terms of volume of traffic, but also construction traffic. And many of you will remember there was a terrible, tragic incident where a dump truck ran over a woman and killed her at the corner of Erskine and Yonge a few years ago. So I am really concerned about just us kind of rubber stamping these long-term sections of road to be closed in terms of the the increased traffic it presents, but also not just that traffic, but the danger that it creates in terms of people driving with less sight lines and things like that. This is a school that this is a street that I would just remind everybody, just to the east of this on the north side is John Fisher Public School. So it's a really, really intensive pedestrian street, but also an awful lot of traffic. It's a French immersion school, so there are school buses that come. It also has a daycare that's at the front of the school on Erskine. So there's just a lot of different things going on, and I want to make sure that we're not just rubber stamping and saying you can close this ad nauseum. So I would just ask that staff
Got it.
or
Okay.
ask that my counselors support this.
Right. Okay. So we have two motions. If we could vote on them one by one. They're on the screen. So it's an authorization for closure. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the second motion, there we go. It's a report back. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Last item is item number 29, Steeles Avenue East and Bayview Avenue. I do not have any deputants listed. Questions for staff? No? Speakers?
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay, Councillor Cheng.
So there's been work at this intersection for a while, and one of the corners in my ward, a right turn lane was removed. And they're really, I understand Vision Zero is the guiding principle, but there's actually nothing at that intersection. Even the gas station is closed. So we are inhibiting car flow. And it's an area that is currently being considered for the Avenue study. So if we do end up getting mid-rises on Steeles or Bayview, there will be more cars in the neighborhood because it isn't a transit-friendly area. So my motion is simply for staff to conduct a walkthrough with community and to just determine how we can improve that intersection and see if there is a possibility to restore the right turn lane that has been removed, because every other corner has maintained a right turn lane. It's just the one that they took it out.
All right, the motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're going to do the bills. There we go. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, we'll give you the honor of doing the bills. All you have to do is read them.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Through the chair, that bills 1238 to 1243, 1250, and 1267 prepared for the September 3rd, 2024 meeting 19 of the North York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. One more. Confirmatory bills. Councillor Cole.
bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the North York Community Council acting under delegated authority of meeting 19/23/24 be declared as bylaws and passed, subject to section 222.96 the Cities of Toronto Act 2006 in the year of our Lord.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Well, thank you very much. That was a long day. Everyone put in a long day here. Thank you so much to city staff. Thank you very much for all the deputations that took place today, to our clerk's team, and of course to city councilors. So thanks very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Behave, Lily, behave.